The Earth is very flat.
What's going on, guys? It is Friday, March 19th, 2021. This is Brandon, host of Brandon's Show. Hope everybody's doing good out there tonight. Almost the weekend. Yeah, I guess it is the weekend for some of you down below. So what's going on? Hope Saturday is good. Let us know how it's going. Let's see who is in the chat. Earth, LARP, Dumpster Fire. What's up? Bill G, YouTube, Almost Unbelievable, Ranty's in the chat. Ian Adams, Balanced Truths, Rob Keane, Cleary, and Bill G was first tonight. Actually, technically, I was first, Bill, because I did type chat. So sorry, you got the runner-up tonight. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, what do we got planned for tonight? Well, it is Friday Night Fights, so if anybody is feeling feisty, hop on in, and I'm sure we can find you an argument or two. I watched that Globebusters show last night. I watched that Globebusters show on Gravity. Oh, by the way, I did confirm Bob had to move it a day, so I was right. He had said that it was going to be on Wednesday night. He moved it one night, so that didn't work out too well for us, but oh well. I listened to that last night, and I've been thinking about it, so maybe we'll talk about that a little bit today, about the nature of gravity. Those guys seem pretty convinced that we need some kind of outside force, and I don't know. I'm not there yet. I think I need to watch it one more time, because there was a lot of information, and I was kind of focusing on work at the same time. But let me know what you thought about that. One other thing, Dan Morris had sent me a email with some information in it regarding the rectilinear experiment. And although I have seen that before, not that particular video, but I am aware of the rectilinear experiment, that might be an interesting thing to talk about, because that was supposed to be a physical measurement of the surface of the Earth. Complicated as fuck too. But we can take a look at that and talk about it. If it comes to that, sometime we will, regardless. If you want to support the show, you can do so through Streamlabs, and just put the tip in chat. I can't talk tonight. I just put the link in chat, and I'll pin it to the top. It's pretty easy to use, and it cuts Google out of the middle. But if you want to use Super Chat, hey, beggars can't be choosers. So any support is appreciated. And if you want to join Discord, you can hop on in. We're more than happy to have new people. You don't even have to say anything. You can just come on in and listen. Quite a few people do that. So it's all good. And I'll put another, I'm just making an invite here. I'll put another invite in the chat in case anybody is listening right now and wants to come on in. So there you go. There's an invite. You have been invited. Okay. So what do we got going on in Discord? Maybe I should look here. Okay. Well, Randy's in there. We got one person. So that's something. Let's go say hi to Randy. What's up, man? You there?
Hey. Yeah, I was just listening on the YouTube stream, and there's a bit of a delay there, so.
Oh, okay. Cool, man. Hey, today's a big day, isn't it?
It's just one of those normal days. It is my birthday, 46 years old. Do I really need to say that? Yeah, but it is my birthday,
shit.
so.
That sounds old.
Yeah, I feel old, mate. I started a new job 2 weeks ago. So I've been doing it for the past 2 weeks. It's basically the same thing, painting and decorating, but I got poached to work for an award-winning company, funnily enough, locally, and they do a lot of the major refurbishments of the old, Victorian houses and listed buildings and things like that. And this guy's been trying to get me to come work for him for the past 2 years, I would say. And eventually I thought, you know what, I'm going to go for it. So, yeah, it's been good. I'll tell you what, though, I mean, because I've been, pretty much on the sidelines for the past few months, with the hernia and everything else that's gone on, those 2 weeks, I mean, I've been going to bed at 9:30 every night because
No
I'm just zonked out. Every part of my body is aching, and we've been on the outside this week, and trying to lift around 90-kilogram, triple ladders around, houses and things like this. It does take its toll on you, as well as all the ups and downs on the steps. It's definitely a reality check from what I'd had over the past year, for sure, and it makes me appreciate how fit I was a couple of years ago, because right now I feel like I'm totally unfit.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm sure in a few weeks you'll
Happy
be
birthday,
fine.
Ranty.
Shit. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Astro King. Thank you.
Well, that's cool. I'm happy to hear that you landed somewhere good as far as job wise. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, I set my profile back to, basically being available for work again, on my decorating site. And the past 4 months or so, I had my operation back in October, and they said I could work again, basically in first week of January. And from the first week of January all the way up to, I'd say, 2.5 weeks ago, I only had one job in. So that's how desperate things were. I think a lot of people that have been, because I only work in basically, I do residential properties basically. So I think a lot of people that have been on the sidelines with this COVID and stuff, I think they've probably ended up doing their own decorating basically, and sort of like bypass the decorator. So work-wise, it was very thin on the ground, and trying to get up again really difficult. So when this offer came in, I felt like I had to go again and snap his hand off and say, okay, then I'll give you a go. And to be fair, it's been a really good gig up to now. I've enjoyed it. It's been nice to get back in the groove.
Yeah. I can only imagine, man. That's a long time to be out of work. So that's good to hear that you're back, and even better to hear that you have healed up to the point where you can go back to work, because you were in bad shape there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to last April, I think it was from last April when I started with the hernias, and I basically didn't do any work from essentially, let's say from last April until a couple of weeks ago, I did maybe 2 or 3 little jobs. That was basically it. That's all I had in the past year. So, thin on the ground wasn't was an understatement. So, and not working as well. I mean, you don't realize all the muscles that you use. All my life I've worked. So let's put it this way: so when you're carrying ladders all around and you're working and you're grafting, you don't really know what it's like to have muscles that ache, because you just do it. And then of an evening, you chill out, you go and see your friends, you play some pool or whatever you do, and you don't feel the after effects of it. But after this year out, and then getting back in the groove again, you realize that actually doing this decorating, every single muscle in your entire body is being worked. You are definitely doing a full workout when you go to work as a decorator. So I'm feeling it.
You know what's funny? In the United States, we don't call what you do. I don't know if it'd be called decorate. You paint and what? Put cabinets up and that stuff.
Well, no, so I'll paint the exterior of houses, hang wallpaper, things like that. So anything to do with general making things look nicer inside the house, I will do. I can do some other bits and bobs, bit of plastering or brickwork or joinery or any kind of things like that I can do. But my bread and butter is obviously doing the painting and the hanging of wallpaper and things like that. So
okay, all right. So you literally are a decorator. I was thinking that you were some kind of what is it called? Cabinetry person or
like a joiner. Yeah.
Yeah, or
a joiner over here.
Fuck, what are they called? Like what Jesus was. What was Jesus? He was
Carpenter.
A carpenter. Yeah, I thought you were like a carpenter.
No, I'm not Jesus.
Well, I didn't think you were Jesus, but that's just the only carpenter that I could think of. The first one that came to mind. That's the first time I've used Jesus to remember something like that. That's pretty funny.
But this is the first birthday I've had, and I've not been able to go to the pub. So what can I say? And I was working again today as well, which, to be fair, I didn't really mind it. But just getting back into this, it's really good. So I'm feeling. I'll tell you what, though, where I had my operation, I tell you, at the start of the week, it really hurt. It really did. All moving these big ladders around and stuff. And I even checked myself at the end of the day to make sure I didn't rupture the hernias. But at the end of today, again, I didn't feel the pain there anymore. So I think it's just getting used to it again. So I'm really confident that this year is going to be really good, and I'm on the way to actually getting on the mend and being back to where I was. So I'm pleased. How's things with you? That's the main thing. How's things going with you?
Oh, good, great, fantastic. Yeah, all good here. No complaints, man. Yeah, show's going good. We're cooking along. I think it's been really good lately, really fun. So I'm very happy.
Can I do a quick plug? Can I just say that
plug away.
The almost unbelievable. That channel is doing ace. I think we're up to about 780 subscribers on YouTube. So we're almost at the 1,000 mark. So if anybody hasn't subscribed there or hasn't even listened to the podcast, I would highly recommend go ahead, listen to it, see what you think. If you like it, give us a thumbs up. If you don't, leave us a message and unsubscribe. I don't care. But at the end of the day, I'm trying my best over there to try and make a go of it on that channel. So if you want to listen to some paranormal stuff, the Almost Unbelievable channel might be the place you want to go and check out.
Yeah, you guys are picking up steam. That's good. Good to see.
Is that a YouTube one?
It is, yeah. It is. That's on YouTube. Yeah, and we're on the other podcasting streams like Spotify and Google Podcasts and things like that. So if you want to check out it's Almost Unbelievable Paranormal Podcast on those. But on YouTube, it's just Almost Unbelievable. And there we go. That's my plug. That's all I wanted to do.
All right. Yeah, I put the link in Discord and in YouTube for those that haven't subscribed already. Check it out. I've listened. It's a good show. Very enjoyable.
Thank you. Can I just say to New B says more time for Ranty to get out with the camera today. Honestly, today was fantastic. The weather today was absolutely beautiful. You could see 4 miles, but I was stuck working, unfortunately, so I didn't get a chance to go out with the cameras. But I'm hoping that somebody local, if I keep looking around, I'm sure we'll see that today you could see the weather was just crystal clear. I don't know why, but today it just seemed beautiful. So I'm hoping that locally people have gone out and done that.
Are you still itching to get out there with your camera, or are you over it? You still think, I gotta get down there?
No, I still want to go to Australia. That's the main thing I still want to do. So as soon as the option arises where I can actually go to Australia, I'm going to go to Australia. I'm going to visit a lot of people down there. I think Paige has just dropped in there, and I might stop by and see her and say hello. But yeah, there's I want to do the perimeter. I want to go around the entire perimeter. I want to film all these lost locations that nobody's ever seen before. There's lots of little islands that are just off the coast that I can get the P900 out, or sorry, the P1000 out and the drone out and just have a look at those places. And I also want to drive around the perimeter and measure it as well. I mean, that's another thing that people have said that they want to do. So if I get in a calibrated, vehicle that can drive around the perimeter, we will know how far that's gone. When I drive around Australia. So I definitely want to do that, and that is something I want to do. And I think that's going to happen. If not this year, it will be next year. It all depends on the COVID rules.
Awesome. Yeah. That would be very cool if you went down there. We would need regular reports, of course.
Of course. Yes. That'll be the plan. Because I want to do the star trails. It's the star trails. It's the sunrise. It's the sunset. It's all that stuff that people want to say. You've never come to Australia. You've never done all that. Well, let's get a flat earther down there. Let's do it. Let's go down there. I'll film it. No problem. I'll do the star trails. I'll do the sunset, the sunrises, and we'll measure the distance of it and all that. I'll do the lot. No problem. I've figured out it's going to take between 4 and 5 months. So if we can get something going, I'm definitely going to go and do that.
RANTY, I went to Australia years ago, and it's definitely a nice place to go to. I think, when you get there, you will have a good hell of a time, yeah?
I'd love it, except for the spiders. If one of those big spiders come towards me, I think that's it. I think I'm just going to die on the spot.
I wouldn't be afraid of spiders, but watch out for the walls.
The what? The walls?
Yeah, depending on where you go, though.
Oh, no, don't terrify me anymore. The thought of spiders is enough. I don't mind snakes. Snakes are not a problem, but spiders, yeah, I just don't like them.
Yeah, I was camping in the outback, and you could hear sort of like the wild dogs about, and yeah, but yeah, the dingoes and that, or I guess yeah, there could have been dingoes or something. But yeah, I mean, they were there in the background, but they didn't come in the camping area.
Huh. Well, I've never been down that way. I'd like to get out of the country. The only places that I visited out of the United States is Canada and Iraq. So not very exciting. No offense to Canada, but I'd like to get.
What was Iraq like?
It was a total shithole. No offense to
was
Iraqis,
the beach?
It was a
Was
shithole.
the beaches nice?
No. There was no beach. It was just fucking dirty and nasty.
Were you there on business or pleasure?
Yeah, business, unfortunately. Yeah. Total shithole.
So, Ian Adams says, "Can I come?" Absolutely. Yeah, if you want to come, Ian Adams, great. And Paige says she'll carry my suitcases, which is even better. So I've got a partner to come along with me and someone to carry the suitcases. And Silent Zero says it's good to hear, Ranty. So it's good to be back and just chilling out on Brandon's show. I'm absolutely loving it. And what he's been doing with the show is fantastic. So couldn't be happier. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks, Randy. But thanks for popping in. And we've had some other people join as well. Astro King, who you already heard. What's going on, Astro King?
Not really. Sort of like just chilling out a bit. It's a Friday and that. Well, I think it's Friday. Yeah, just chilling out.
Cool. All right. Bandsaw Bandit. What's up, Bandsaw?
Hey, Brandon. Happy Saturday morning to everyone. Hope everyone is doing well.
Absolutely. What are you working on today? Doing some woodwork or what?
I certainly am. I'm going to be wary of the scratching in people's ears. So
yeah,
don't worry.
It's not too bad. It's just every once in a while I hear the scratching and I'm like, where the fuck's that coming from? Oh, it's bandsaw. Yeah, people like to see what you're doing though. That's pretty cool.
Cool.
Global Virus Foe, what's up, man?
Oh, not much. Just chilling today. Ready for a good show.
Cool. And Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo.
Suffer and succotash. Exit. Stage right.
Okay. Paige. What's up, Paige?
Morning, guys. I'm just listening. I haven't got my headphones on or anything. I'm woken up with a really bad migraine, so I'm just going to sit here and listen to you.
Okay, no problem. Hope you feel better. And Bob Dole. What's up, Bob?
Hello.
So did anybody happen to catch the Globebusters stream last night on Gravity?
The dielectric acceleration thing?
Yeah,
Yes.
dielectric
Brilliant.
acceleration, I suppose, is what it was called. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I wasn't really paying that much attention, but yeah, what I did hear, the bits and pieces I caught were really good.
You say you
It's
saw
a worthwhile discussion.
Yeah, I thought it was all right too. Bandsaw, you heard it? I thought somebody else said they
Brandon.
did.
Yeah, no, I missed it, mate. No, I missed it.
What counters
No, that
the
was
up
me,
to
Brandon. I saw
date?
it.
Oh. What's that, Jimbo? Say that again, Jimbo?
Yeah, Brandon.
What cancels upsidasium?
Upsidasium. No idea. Astro King, what'd you say?
I did see little bits of it via someone else, but what I would suggest, or what I would say, if he's correct, wouldn't you expect to see some strange behaviour on the weights of objects during a thunderstorm?
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. increased electrical activity, wouldn't that impact gravity? Is there does it? Is there anything like that that can be measured? I'm not aware of anything.
I don't know if it has happened in the past. Then it's never been reported. I've never seen anything before. But I just thought about the subject of what Bob was saying, and I think, what would happen during a thunderstorm? We would get things going a bit strange, and I don't think that's happened. So this is what, a couple of weeks ago, I was in agreement with Bob. Now I've got a few more doubts. I've got a few more doubts about what he's saying, and so I've got two conclusions: what happens during thunderstorms, and what happens if gravity is built into our realm and it's got nothing to do with physics.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about too a lot. Is what if it's just built in? Those are just the rules, how things behave. But you know, that's a really good point on the thunderstorms. I hadn't thought of that. But another thing is, okay, so it's some kind of electrical activity, right? And I don't know that much about electricity, so someone can probably answer this for me. Wouldn't you be able to somehow block that or absorb it before it impacted an object somehow? You know?
Well, I've been thinking about exactly the same thing, and I just think maybe what Bob is saying, what we got here, is just another force, and it's got nothing to do with gravity.
How do you stratify electrical flow into coherent filaments?
Yeah, I don't know.
Horizontal bands.
I've yet to be convinced that Bob is correct. It's a very interesting idea, and it's a new idea, and we should definitely sort of like think about what Bob's saying. But yeah, I've just pulled a couple of holes in Bob's idea, so yeah, it needs to be discussed, I think.
I do too. And actually, Bob's in chat right now, and he says, regarding the lightning storms, yes, and we do. So evidently, there is some impact from on gravity with lightning storms. You know, I hate to even use the word gravity because it's such a loaded word, and it ties everything back to the heliocentric model. But when I say gravity, I just mean, you know, the reason things you know, don't float around, fall down, essentially.
The recognition of the phenomena that things tend to go down when not manipulated, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not talking about pulling to the center of the earth or any of that shit. That's just the word we use. We know what we mean when we say gravity outside of all that heliocentric shit they tie it to.
Okay, so
yeah, that's exactly what I agree with you there. When I use the word gravity, I don't associate it with any of the methods of how we got to the gravity.
Exactly. Ranty, you were saying something?
yeah, so what's obviously Bob put a video out yesterday. So what's the difference between let's say Bob and Sleeping Warrior? What's their two differences? Because obviously this is this is a big argument inside of the flat earth community. So let's lay the cards on the table and get it spelt out here.
Well, I think it's a huge difference. I'm not sure I can do it justice to describing it, but Bob is not a proponent of the what is it called? Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. Go ahead, Paige, take over.
Sure, Del, sure. I think his main proving point was this gravimeter, where they measure, and in a vacuum, you've got a little metal ball, little b-ball thing in a vacuum, right, with an atomic clock. Now, they take this machine all over the earth and they drop the little b-ball inside the vacuum chamber, time how long it takes to fall, and they measure an acceleration in different places. It falls at a different rate, different place. Sometimes he said even in the same place, it can be different depending on, you know, if you maybe got a thunderstorm or something happening around you. So this shows 100% that it is nothing to do with the medium or the density of the object. This object is falling at a different rate without changing the medium or anything. It's in a vacuum. So it's 100% proving a downward acceleration. Now, I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. You know, Earth is the ground. We all know that. You can ground yourself walking around without shoes on and stuff. The air is positively charged. As soon as you leave the surface of the Earth, that charge gradually gets greater and greater the higher you go up. So you are becoming more charged. Therefore, the ground is pulling you down more, like you're going to accelerate down towards the ground, because, you know, as soon as you jump up, that charge increases and forces you back down.
So what I would say,
If you
Why-
can play 3.5 minutes of my video, you can play the first 3.5 minutes of the video I just made, that can show you his two fundamental mistakes.
Oh, you're really low, Brian.
I'm not 100% sure anyway.
yeah, Paige,
You're really low, Brian.
Yes.
yeah, what I was going to say, during a thunderstorm, wouldn't you expect to sort of like weigh more?
Well, I would be, really interested to see, you know, the difference between doing these experiments when it's a clear day and doing them when you've got these, you know, thunderstorms happening. Because every particle has, like you've heard Rumpus say, haven't you? Or maybe it's QE, the charge, spin, you know, every particle has mass, charge and spin. I can't remember all four of them. There's four of them. But that charge and spin is an electric phenomenon. So every particle, every bit of matter. That's why, you know, this argument about putting things in a Faraday cage doesn't work. Because
I agree with that. Yeah, the Faraday
literally,
cage don't work.
the Faraday cage is made out of matter, which has charge and spin. Like this is why they are laws of nature and not, we cannot
It's not a law. Look, I'm
test
standing
the
on the
cause.
I'm standing on the ground outside, and I'm telling you, there ain't nothing keeping me down. There ain't no electric force keeping me down. There ain't no
Oh, don't
gravity,
say
no
that.
mass
Oh my
attracting
God.
mass keeping me down. The only thing keeping me
No,
down
oh.
is because equilibrium. If I was standing in water, I'd go up. You know,
Okay,
or something
explain
denser
the
than that.
gravimeter then, please.
All right, I
Yeah,
want to
they
just
think
say one
okay, the
thing before we
gravimeter-
get into this. I want to have a nice, healthy
Oh, sorry,
discussion
my
about
head is
this,
pounding.
because
Well,
I don't know
can I-
who's
like I
right, and I
said-
want to hear both sides. So, but go ahead, Brian.
Could I
If you
just
could play, like I
okay.
said, if you could play 3.5 minutes, this is the first 3.5 minutes of my video. It'll show you the fundamental mistakes, their gravimeters and everything else. They're two big, giant key mistakes. It's in 3.5 minutes of the video I just put out. If you care to, and it's up to you.
Okay, it's on your Flat Earth Tests channel, or is it somewhere else?
Yeah, it's on Flat Earth Test, and it's on Brian Leak. Whichever's easier.
Sure. All right, we
So
can
is
do
the,
that.
is the fundamental difference between Sleeping Warrior and Bob to do with vectors?
I point out the parlor trick and pretty much back it up thoroughly. And like I said, in less than 4 minutes.
And I think the fundamental difference is, you know, Riley's going with this disequilibrium, density disequilibrium. That's it. There's no downward bias, no outside force that's causing things to go down or up, right? And
Yeah, the trouble with Brady's idea is that he was saying that when you apply the Faraday cage, it was stop all these effects. But as far as I'm aware, the Faraday cage only stops radio waves. I don't know if it stops anything else. And I'm not aware
because
of it.
there are other people out there.
So I think I looked at Sleeping Warrior stuff, and I think he's got like a logic fail in his answers, in his ideas, and I spoke to him about that, and obviously he disagreed, but I think there's some sort of logic that's failed in his argument.
All right, Brian. So I've got your video up. Unfortunately, you guys won't be able to listen to it in the chat. because of the way I have it set up. Is anybody available at a computer where they can bring this up and play the first 3 minutes, and then I can share it through there, I believe. No? Okay, that's fine. So maybe you guys will just what's that?
I'm on a computer. If you want to put the link there, I might be able to do so. I don't know.
All right, let's try it so that you guys can hear it too. I just put it in the general chat, Astro King.
It just points out what he says and where he's mistaken. And that don't mean his whole idea is wrong. It might play a small part, in my opinion, but I'll show you where he is absolutely thinking improper and pointing that out, you know. And I'm not dogging him out or nothing like that. It's just I exposed the parlor trick of all this, a forced period. In my opinion, it's pretty thorough, and it shows the trick of how they get them thinking in two ways simultaneously, contradicting positions. You know? I exposed the parlor trick. In my opinion, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay.
But this is a 13-minute video, is it not?
I
yeah,
think
but right at the end when it says there's the trick exposed, that it's right before 4 minutes, and that's the rest is just hot air, basically, a little more evidence. But the first 4 minutes is the trick exposed, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't mind us listening to the first 4 minutes. At least we'll hear it succinct if you're happy with the way you stated it. How's it going, Astro King?
Yeah, okay. I think the easiest way to do things is if everybody plays it for the first 4 minutes on their own thing, and yeah, we just get back in.
All right, that's fine. I'll play it for the audience.
Conversation.
Yeah, it sounds good. And you guys listen to it now. The link is in the chat, and I will play it for the audience. Cool.
How do I sound?
Pretty good. Yeah, you sound good. Okay, here we go.
That are claiming that gases are not affected by a downward acceleration. While it is true that gas molecules, when you equalize from one tank to another, and you initially get that rush of gas molecules from a stored container into a vacuum, they will continue to bounce around and bounce and bounce and bounce all over the place. Eventually,
So Bob's bought into the bouncy ball theory of gas molecules. Now, it's already been demonstrated that you take the pressure adjacent to a vacuum tank, basically, and you remove the barrier, then it equalizes instantly. The bromine gas rushes in to the pressureless tank, and the only thing that changes is entropy. There's no energy transfer. There's no temperature, no nothing. Okay, but according to Bob, I guess they just keep bouncing and bouncing, you know, and eventually there is a change in energy. Okay, not initially when everything rushes in, but eventually it does change. Come on, man.
even sometimes in the same place, right?
So Bob, does that, at the risk of sounding stupid, and I'm feeling pretty stupid at the moment, but does when you say everything goes down, do you mean gases as well inside this device?
Even gases will, yes, because if you have helium, and helium is the least dense gas we know, right? Mm-hmm. But even helium has to be, if it's going to rise, it has to float up on something, right? Well, if there's nothing to float up on, then what's it going to do? It's going to sit on the bottom.
So helium is going to sit on the bottom. Is that what I'm hearing? Helium is going to collect at the bottom of a vacuum chamber. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Another parlor trick. Okay, allow me to demonstrate.
Okay, helium balloons in a vacuum chamber. 3, 2, 1. Trying to turn it off right before they pop. Oh, that one fell. See? Stop floating.
There we go. Yeah, I was completely wrong. The helium does go down in a vacuum chamber. Or does it? Okay, the helium's lifting capacity has appeared to go down. But look at the helium. It is blowing every direction. The balloon is not sagging toward the bottom. I repeat, the helium is not sagging at the bottom. It will never go down to the bottom of a vacuum chamber. That is fucking retarded. The helium will blow in every direction. That balloon will expand. It's not pooling at the bottom. I understand they think that in their brains, but look at the balloon. The balloon is expanding in every direction. Just because the balloon went down, the helium did not.
Oh, Bob, thank
It
goodness
is
you're here.
expanding
Hold on, I think they're
more
watching
and more.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Every
Hold on a minute.
direction.
All right. Was that it, Brian? Was that the
So what this guy is doing, I've showed this before.
Okay, that was
but
4 minutes. Okay, we're good. All right. So we've had Bob himself join. Hey, what's up, Bob?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little low, but not too bad.
All right, I'll kick the volume up here. Hang on just a second, and I'll get back to you and explain to you why Brian is wrong.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Anything to say about that, Brian, while we're waiting for Bob to get back on? Brian? No.
I would say that the helium balloon still's got some buoyancy in that the vacuum is not completely done, and that's why it's still stood up and it's
Okay.
not lying on the ground.
Okay, is this a little better, my volume?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Bob.
Much better.
Okay, cool. All right, here's the problem with Brian's demonstration. First of all, he's showing helium balloons, helium-filled balloons inside of a gas chamber. And so what's happening is, because of the fact that he's removing the external air component, the helium, being more buoyant, is expanding inside of the balloon because it's fighting to get outside because there is no pressure outside. But what I said was that the gas itself would settle to the bottom. So here's what's going to happen. So when those balloons burst, and you can't see this, and by the way, I made a mistake. It is actually hydrogen that is the lightest gas, not helium. Irrelevant though. It's whatever. So when those balloons burst, the hydrogen or helium, excuse me, basically got rocket shipped all over the inside of that chamber, right? And they're bouncing around like a mofo, big time. And they're going to do that for quite some time because there is this elasticity to, the molecules themselves. But after a while, no, you can't. After a while, conservation of energy is going to take place, and those gas molecules are going to slow down. Now, in order for the gas molecules to rise, they have to be buoyant in contrast to something else. Well, there is nothing else inside of that vacuum chamber. Therefore, gravity or the downward acceleration is going to take its toll on them, and they are going to sit on the bottom. How do I prove that? Well, look at Earth. Look at Earth, right? Why do we have a gas gradient on the Earth? The reason is because we have all these different gases, and the downward acceleration is pulling them down. Therefore, at sea level, you have 14.7 psi. In some places that are below sea level, it actually goes up to about 18 or 19 psi. When you get up to 50,000 feet, it goes down considerably lower than that. There is a gradient. Because the downward acceleration is pulling down on it. And that's exactly what is happening to that helium. And I guarantee you that after that helium exhausts and succumbs to entropy, essentially, those gas molecules are going to sit on the bottom of that gas chamber. And there are ways to prove that as well. So there's how you're wrong, Brian. Sorry,
So
buddy.
your claim is
Bob,
that eventually
Bob,
the
can I
helium
just get in there for a sec, please?
Hold on, guys. He just addressed Brian. If Brian's there, let's let Brian
Yeah,
respond.
if I could respond. Okay, if we kept watching the video, which we don't have to, I'll just give a quick explanation. I showed the balloons in liquid nitrogen and how they completely deflate. I don't think there's a gradient up into a complete void up there, but no, I think that the only way that the helium is going to pull at the bottom is if the if the temperature around it gets real cold and it liquefies, you know, or something to that factor. Gas in a vacuum will always expand, and gas will expand in all directions in any chamber, but especially in a vacuum, and it'll expand without a change. The only thing that'll change is entropy. There's no energy. It'll always expand, and there's no energy loss,
Brian,
gain, anything.
Do you understand that I'm agreeing with you? I'm agreeing with you, but you cannot have perpetual motion of the gas molecules. Where are they getting the energy to do that? Eventually, they're going to run out of that kinetic energy and they're going to settle on the bottom. But when you initially discharge into that vacuum chamber, you bet they're flying around like a mofo everywhere. But like
isn't that
anything
what
else,
condensation is?
I'm sorry? Say what?
That's slowing down. The condensation, isn't that the gases slowing down and sort of becoming water, you know, losing a bit of their bouncing around?
That's what I was talking about.
Well,
that's what I was talking about. That has to do with temperature.
Are you talking about from the liquid nitrogen? No, liquid nitrogen is...
No.
All right, so...
Yeah, I wasn't quite done, man. I wasn't quite done with what I was saying. But yeah, so there's no change. There's no change in energy or anything when gas moves into a low pressure or the gas swapped around. There's no energy change. It just is a change in entropy. And in a vacuum, I got a question. When would it when would the see? That's the, in my opinion, that's the parlor trick. Is in the ball model, they want to have their gas bouncing around, and they want to have it go to the bottom. They want it to fall down. But my question would be, when would the helium gas or any other gas fall down in a vacuum chamber?
Good question. When can we
as soon as it gets into a condition of entropy, as soon as it can, look, I don't know the exact time figure of how long they're going to bounce around, but guys, you do understand that things cannot maintain motion perpetually, right? Perpetual motion is not a reality, all right? So eventually those molecules are going to slow down, and they're going to stop bouncing around, and when they do, they are going to settle on the bottom. Why on the bottom?
Due to entropy, Bob. Entropy is what?
No, they're going to settle on the bottom because they have nothing to be buoyant upon. You have to have, now look, if there was air in there, then they would settle on top of that air, on top of that gradient.
Can't Bob,
you're roboting, Jeremy. Jeremy, you're
not going to
roboting
happen
bad.
at room temperature. I agree with Brian. If it's at room temperature, then they're always going to get energy from the room because of the high temperature, and they're always going to bounce around.
Well, this seems like it would be a pretty easy thing to prove or disprove by experiment, Bob. Do you know of any?
Right, and I'll tell you how to do it. You don't even have to do an experiment. Just go down to your local gas store, buy a canister of helium, and before you walk out the door with it, shake it a little bit. You know what's going to happen? You're going to find that the helium has condensed and turned to a liquid at the bottom of that canister. Well, why did it do that? Because it can't.
Why is the spout not at the bottom, Bob?
Hold on, Brian. Please stop interrupting. Let's not start the interrupting, guys. Please finish, Bob.
All right. Well, that's pretty much. Why is the spout not at the bottom? Well, I'll tell you what. If you go and look at Good Times for All's videos, he actually put a gas pressure gauge at the top and at the bottom of one of these gas canisters, and guess what? The gas pressure was higher at the bottom of the canister. Why? Because you have a downward acceleration that is adding to the force that's creating that pressure.
That was because he made he had a temperature change inside the canister.
Can you guys hear me? He didn't do any temperature change. He had no temperature change.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we had
Hold on.
Good times for all when he had the bottom.
I want to
hold on, Silent Zero. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Sure.
Good times for all video when he had the heat on the top and the cold on the bottom, or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was the second part of it. He did another one where he put the cold on the bottom. Yeah, so absolutely that he could cause a condensation, also showing that. But otherwise, it will do it naturally as well.
He made a temperature. He made a gradient because of the temperature change. That has nothing to do with gravity.
On one video, yes, there's another one that demonstrates it all by itself.
Okay, so maybe you haven't seen that video, Jeremy, but
Look, guys, just use your common sense. Just use your common sense. Why would something remain in perpetual motion, or better yet, how does it remain in perpetual motion? And if gases always did remain in perpetual motion and were pressing up all the time against the top of the container just as much as they were on the bottom of the container, then how do we have a pressure gradient here on plain Earth, which is a flat Earth model? And mind you, I'm also postulating that we have a firmament over the top of us.
Yeah.
So I got one more thing to say. Oh, sorry. I got one more thing to say, Jeremy. One more thing. It's all y'all's, buddy. These are my closing statements. If he could demonstrate that, that'd be cool. But yeah, he just said how there could be a gradient, the temperature. But my final thing is air. Okay, it ain't just helium. You need all gases to pull at the bottom. Okay, and air will never pull at the bottom without temperature changes and all that stuff. It'll always stay pressurized until it slowly leaks out due to entropy, or you have temperature variations. If you could demonstrate that, I would be all for seeing it, bub. And I'd be convinced if you. I'm almost done, Bob. Almost done, buddy.
That's bullshit.
Almost done, buddy. Okay, let me finish. I wanted to say if you could show me a demonstration of it, that I would have a way more open mind toward it. If you could show me gas settling at the bottom of any chamber.
The problem is,
I'm not denying it. I'm just asking for a demonstration.
You are cocksure that this is the way that this behaves. You're not even thinking it through. Look at the evidence.
Yeah, but if you show me otherwise, I'll change my mind, Bob.
Yeah, let's see.
All right, you know what? I'm not really interested in convincing you. If you don't understand it, then I don't know what to say.
Hold on, Bob. I'm not quite sure that's fair. That's a fair position, Bob, because we are interested in experimental evidence, and a lot of us are show me the proof. Your logic makes sense to me, and I'm trying to follow and make my mind up too. But I am also interested in seeing the experimental evidence.
See the experiment and prove me wrong. Why do I have to prove myself right?
You're making a positive claim, Bob.
That's not how science
So is he,
Bob.
Yeah, I know. I'm not convinced of his position either, though.
That's why.
And his is counterintuitive to logic.
Yeah, Brandon, can I just say something now?
Yeah, guys, good.
Can I say something?
Silent Zero, go ahead. You've been waiting.
Yeah, even if that's the case that the air or the helium sits in the bottom of the chamber, that's because that's the next denser thing that is available for the helium to sit on. If you insert another material that is denser, it's gonna take the helium up.
That's absolutely right.
You're proving you're proving. Yeah, you're actually proving how density is the thing that moves things up and down, Bob. I don't know if you realize.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. So you're saying, let me get this straight. No. You're saying that it's sitting on the bottom because it's harder, it's more dense. Well, yeah, granted, it is denser thing, but it's also part of the container. You've got to be kidding me. There is no atmosphere in there, so there is no other molecules, so to speak, of to sit on, especially the gas variety. Now, if we put water in there, you know what? That helium and hydrogen would sit on top of the water. If we put carbon monoxide in there, it would sit on top of that.
How about liquid mercury? That's gonna bring even iron to the top.
Well, great. Then we are dealing with the buoyancy and density argument. But what you don't understand is, in order for relative density to displace objects, there has to be a somewhat of a force that causes the displacement. And that force is brought about by a reaction to the downward acceleration that is constant on all things.
Why does there have to be some force?
If you're removing the density,
Bob.
If you remove the density of the container, pretty much you're removing what we're trying to prove, right? The density is what moves things up and down.
I don't even know what you're saying. What are you trying to say? I don't even know what you're saying.
He's saying as soon as you make a vacuum and change the density of the medium, you're proving relative density. Thank you.
Exactly.
Hold on. Let me ask a
inside
question.
of a container? Are you guys smoking crack?
Let me ask.
No.
Hold on. Let me ask a question, Bobby. You said something. You said there has to be a downward acceleration. Isn't that what you said? Why?
Yes, and I cite that because of the example that I've given several times before. Let's go back to the density tower in the 0G plane. All right. Okay. What happened? When they were at normal 1G, the density tower organized, he could shake it up and it would organize and it'd line up perfectly with all the densities from bottom to top, from most dense to least dense, correct? Then they went to a 0G condition, right? And while in a 0G condition, which essentially is negating this downward acceleration, he shook it up. Guess what happened? Well, nothing would order. It wouldn't order anymore. Everything was just a jumbled mess. Then the pilot pushed it over. Don't say no.
I'll respond. Go ahead, finish, Bob.
Then the pilot pushed the nose over a little bit more and actually caused an upward acceleration. Now what happened? So he shakes it up. Then the density tower then reorganized with the heaviest gas or heaviest stuff at the top. It organized in the opposite direction. That is why I'm saying that you have to have a small bias there in order to displace and give buoyancy and relative density the opportunity to reorganize themselves. You can't do it without a force, guys.
All right.
You cannot things just don't do things just because.
No,
There has to be a force.
I'm going to respond. Okay. So when a density tower is in the vomit comet, and you said it's in basically 0G, it is all falling, is it not? When it hits that 0G part,
when they hit the 0G mark, then the density tower will not organize. It will not separate into the density gradients. It won't do it.
Because I understand that, but the plane and the things in it are falling. I mean, they are literally falling above the Earth, right? That's why they hit 0G.
Right, and that is essentially negating the downward force that is already there.
But it doesn't negate gravity because everything is falling. So that's what I would expect to happen in the relative density model. Is I would expect when everything's falling, nothing will organize based on density because it's all falling. It's all falls at the same rate.
Let's look at it a different way. Of course, it's not negating gravity itself. That force is always there. So no, it's not negating it. What it's doing is it's essentially applying an opposite acceleration that is not allowing the density tower to do it. Now, what about centrifugal force, right? So you can sit there and you can have a water in a bucket and it will sit at the bottom, but if you start swinging it around in circles, then what happens? It will go out and it will go to your side. It will try and go away from you at a 90-degree vector. Why? Because there's a force that is being applied to that. That's the centrifugal force. This is nothing.
That's an actual force, though.
Of course it's an actual force. So is the downward, well, no, I'm not going to say the downward acceleration is a force because it's not. It's an acceleration. And that is.
Well, you keep calling it a force.
I know that, and it's hard for me not to do that because a force. Now, and I'll tell you why I do it. Because I'm a classically trained engineer, all right, and it is very difficult when your whole life you were told, in all of your years in college, that you were told that whenever you had an acceleration, there must have been a force to cause it. In other words, an example, if I run out of gas and I have to push my car and put it in neutral, well, I have to push it, I have to apply a force on it to get it to accelerate, right? And as far as I know, guys, there is nowhere where that law is not true, right? That you must have a force to induce an acceleration. So yes, I keep doing that. That's what?
That's a lie. An apple falling from a tree is an example of something accelerating without a force.
Isn't that one of Einstein's laws?
Unless you insert a bias and an idea, then that becomes something that nobody has been able to demonstrate.
Okay, guys, I just lost the battery on my headset. Can you hear me?
Can I just say something on the gas in the vacuum?
Not too bad, Bob. You sound like you're in a tunnel a little bit, but it's all right.
I know. I'm going to go get another headset, so I'm going to be AFK for a minute. So I'm not going to hear anybody. So you guys talk amongst yourself for a few minutes. I have to go get another headset.
Yeah, I got another question for you when you get back. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Einstein has one.
Can I say something on the?
Where an object
Can I say something on the vacuum?
All right, James, and then Matrix. Go ahead, James.
I was just going to ask Bob. Once the gas loses its momentum, if it does in a vacuum.
Oh, you're roboting, James.
I mean, if it doesn't have the properties of.
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead, Matrix. Matrix, you there?
Yeah, can I get in there for a sec? Can I get in there for a sec?
Yeah, go ahead,
I've
Astro
been
King.
waiting for a while.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I basically agree with Bob's idea that there's going to be more at the bottom of the container. This is the helium, than at the top. But we've got the room temperature and the high temperature of the helium. I think it's going to spread out pretty much evenly in that small container. If the container was a couple of miles high, I would expect it to duplicate what we get in our atmosphere, sort of like at the very top of the container, it would be a low pressure, and at the bottom of the container, a much higher pressure. Now, the problem with Bob's idea is the temperature of the helium, and he compares it when you buy a helium container from the garage. Now that's at a much higher pressure. Those balloons with low pressure helium, when you get a pressurized, when you buy the thing from the garage, that is high pressure helium, and it behaves totally differently, in my opinion.
My opinion is I'm gonna be open minded. I'm gonna be open minded on this and say if he could show me the balloon in the vacuum chamber, eventually the bottom of the balloon getting sagged with helium, it's possible. And then the top of the balloon sagging. If you show me the balloon where just the bottom of it's inflated in a vacuum chamber, then I'll buy it. It's possible, but it just doesn't sit right in my brain, man. I think the balloon's going to be inflated, and until it eventually equals out, entropy will take place. No matter what.
Brian,
can you guys hear me?
I agree with you,
Am I
Brian.
still roboting?
Yeah, you're
it's
still
better.
roboting.
Oh, you're still roboting. Yeah, Brian, I agree with you 100% of what you're saying. The helium has got far too much energy because it's at room temperature for it to settle at the bottom of the container. It would do like you do if you put air in there. It will spread about the whole container because it's too high temperature.
And when you let it out, there's no change except for entropy. The only thing that changes entropy. There's no energy change whatsoever. So the gas will leak back in, and there's no energy change. It's what you call it? What's Walter Lewis or whatever his name? That professor with the bromine and all that. There's no change except for entropy.
Can you hear me?
That's what I feel like anyway.
You hear me, Brian?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
All right.
And also,
let me ask you something. What do you think?
Also, the molecules would never settle down.
An energy change.
Also, got the helium molecules, they would never settle down to no momentum because they're at too high a temperature.
Well, that's Bob's claim that he wants us to prove for some reason.
I could try. I'd like to see it either way. I'm gonna be open-minded. I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna be open-minded. Just in my head, it doesn't sit right. But
if it's something I can get a hold of, I'll do it. But I do not have a vacuum chamber. But like I said, we do have this TV show coming up, and they have asked us to put together a dream list for things that we can experiment on. Now, I would have rather experimented on things that prove flat Earth and disprove globe Earth rather than proving gravity so-called to you guys. But if that's what we need to do, then that's what we'll do.
No, this is a big one.
Look at it like this: no gravity, no globe.
This is a big one, though, too, Bob. Even though it may not prove the shape of the Earth, it's used as evidence of sphericity. They need this in their model. They absolutely need to be there a force that pulls towards the center of the Earth.
Yeah, no gravity, no globe. Yeah, no gravity, no globe.
Bob, you know what would help?
Yeah, Bob.
Guys, the problem is we need gravity just as much on the flat Earth.
We don't need a force that pulls towards the center of the Earth.
No, we don't. And that isn't what's happening. We need the force to keep us on the freaking ground.
Is my mic working?
We need,
or we don't.
Yeah, I'm just not sure where that force is coming from. I haven't seen enough evidence to make up my mind there yet. And I'm struggling with, why do I need an outside force outside of the object? Why do I need it? That hasn't been answered for me yet. I understand what you're saying, but with the density tower and the plane, but in that example, it's all falling. The fact that gas in a vacuum chamber will settle down to the bottom of the vacuum chamber, if it actually does, would fit the model. I don't know why you'd need an outside force for that.
Water doesn't need to be wet; it just is.
I can't come up with a reason why we need an outside force, Bob. That's what I'm struggling with.
The gravimeter is what gets me. The ball dropping in a vacuum at different speeds. That's what got me.
That it
That's
falls
right.
into
That's
space.
irrefutable. That's irrefutable. That just
Yeah.
simply shows that the acceleration is there, and you can't refute it. There's nothing you can do that refutes that.
Yeah, when things fall at a certain rate in a vacuum, there's no drag, and they all fall at the same rate. So what? That also fits the relative density model.
Cool, Busters. The only problem I have with relative density is it denies that there's a medium in the vacuum, aka the ether. That's why,
And they
I
don't.
want to go with this ether stuff in the vacuum.
They don't
Look,
all
Bob,
fall
you know
at the
what
same rate.
Look,
They
first of
don't?
all, we're not even talking about
No.
the ether here. Even though the ether is clearly in my theory, which is basically that the downward acceleration force, the incoherent dielectric acceleration, is a modality of the ether. We're not talking about the ether here. We're talking about whether or not this force is there or not, and why it needs to be there or not. And the reason, Brandon, to answer your question is because just like when you negate that force, when you negate what is there by going in the free fall in the airplane, then when you shake that density tower up, then nothing organizes. Things are completely jumbled. There would be no distinct direction. There would be no distinct up and down. Let's put it that way. And there has to be a bias to give us that. There also has to be somewhat of a force or an acceleration to cause objects to be displaced in the relative density displacement theory.
That I don't agree with. Now that things go up and down, I agree with that. There is not so much a bias, but an order to the world.
Okay, Brandon,
things order themselves on the face of the earth. That there's an outside force needed to say, when I lift something up in the air and I drop it and it falls to the ground or it goes up, if it's less dense, why do we need an outside force for that? That seems to be completely self-contained.
Because all right, again, it's the same principle here. Look, if something moves, like when the relative density changes in the tower, right? What was the energy source? What was the force that caused those liquids to then reorganize? When he was at either like negative, just not even 1G, just a little teeny tiny bit in the negative, where things were going up towards the top of the plane.
Yeah.
All right. So there has to be a little bias, a little force. It doesn't even have to be 1G, right? But it has to be there, because otherwise you cannot displace the density tower, the liquids in the density tower, to cause them to form into their constituent densities.
Why not?
It won't happen.
When he comes out of the 0G and he's going up to, let's say, 1.1G or whatever, then you've the relative density kicks back in. That's what you're saying, right? And they reorganize.
The relative density kicks back in anytime he is either plus or minus of that 0G point.
That's what I would expect. When things aren't falling, then they're going to organize themselves according to their relative
Right,
density.
because they have a force to be able to do that. Things don't just do things because they do things, Brandon. There has to be a force or an energy source that is the causality.
Or that's exactly what they do.
There has to be a causality.
Why?
And the causality. Oh my God!
No, it's a good question. Listen, I know that it's solid in your mind, but I don't see.
Look, I'm making the claim, and I
force.
also proved it with a gravimeter, and you guys cannot debunk that. It proves unequivocally it's there.
It has to have a force behind it. There's no way for you to demonstrate that.
Well, pretty much everything other than helium goes down. So unless
this
it
depends on the medium. The matrix, many things go up.
Well, it's much more than this medium. In the medium that we know, the medium of air, most things go down.
True.
Most things are more.
So
if you
want to put it as a bias, if you want to name it a bias, it sounds accurate, right? Because most things go down.
But the bias wouldn't be there. There wouldn't be a bias in liquid mercury. Let's say there was a big pool of liquid mercury. The bias would be up.
Tendency.
It's all relative to the density of the medium on whether things go up or down. Period.
But in that case, then everything will always be relative, though.
Depends on the density too, Brandon. So you increase the density, like Bob said with the salt and egg experiment. The egg started out being the densest thing, therefore having more potential, being affected more by this by the electrics of this realm. Then you add more salt to the water, changing the density of the water, therefore changing the potential, making that more dense, making that have more potential, so the egg moves. But Bob is 100% right. There must be, for that gravity, for that density tower to reorganize, there must be something telling it how to reorganize. You push it in the opposite direction, it will organize the opposite way.
Well, this comes from the philosophy.
Hold on. Let me respond, Lemon. So what I'm struggling with is I don't need an outside force to explain any of the observations, any of the effects that we see on the face of the earth. I don't need it. I don't need it. It sounds like a story to me.
Think about just,
and I've never seen it, and I don't know why we need it to explain anything I've seen.
Well, the only problem I have.
We know this. We know the ground is negative. We know we are between two Gaussian surfaces. You know, if you just don't worry about what the ballers are going to say about this, just focus on us making our own model and getting it right.
Who says we're worried about the ballers? Why are you bringing the ballers into it? I don't get that.
Like, don't worry about, you know, whether we need something like, you know, or if you know, they're going to use it for their, you know, whatever. Like,
I'm not worried about that.
Don't worry about that.
Are you? I'm not worried about that. Who's worried about that?
Nature, none of them we can tell you why they happen, because we're not God. We don't know why. Well, you know,
well,
so
the thing is,
I'm not. Just because we don't know why doesn't mean I'm going to make up a story that I don't need. If I don't need anything additional to explain the effects and the phenomena that I see, why would I look for one?
Because that
we have the natural observed phenomena, things moving up and down. We have the science behind why that happens due to relative density. Anthony's egg experiment proved it scientifically. I don't know what the fucking question is here.
Well, the thing is, how are we going to do?
We're making shit up about electrostatics and either fucking prove it or shut up.
Well, hey,
the thing is, we need
that's a little bit harsh, Jeremy. I think it's a worthy discussion to have. But go ahead, Lemon.
Brian is right. If we're not going to prove things with scientific methods, then we're going to fall in the same thing that we're fighting right now.
But this is where the rubber meets the road, because you need a way to guide you forward.
Scientific method, it's a law.
Hold on, Lemon, go ahead.
Step outside of
Adam, can you ask what happens during a thunderstorm?
Lemon, what?
Let me ask you something, guys. Can anybody tell me what is happening with the gravimeter? Can you tell me what is happening with that? Explain to me where that acceleration is coming from. And I'm listening, believe me. If you have an alternate explanation,
what's
you
a
tell me.
gravimeter?
For God's sakes.
Yeah.
Okay,
you don't get to answer.
I'm going to go ahead and answer. So a gravity meter measures the downward acceleration. I would say that we are in a background medium of ether, which is a nice synthesis between what we've been talking about, what Bob's been talking about as the background medium that is always there, even in the vacuum, determining what goes up, floats, and goes down. So I would go with that.
So it's a man-made tool.
That's excellent. That's excellent. And you know what? You're right. Because it's moving that ball physically. It is physically moving that ball, and it is tracking the speed of it, the acceleration of it. So we know that something is pushing it down. And not only that, guys, what is causing, if you were to leave that in a vacuum state, it will continue to accelerate and accelerate and accelerate.
You just came to an inaccurate conclusion. With the details that you just listed, you conclude that it is moving, not why. Or that
but the thing is, you need to have a starting paradigm to guide exploration. This is where the flat earth gets unscientific, because it talks about a medium, but what medium is present in the vacuum for exploration? Your just so story, your medium density just so story is good. Is there a medium in the vacuum or not to keep going with exploration, or is your exploration going to stop because it doesn't have a way to guide it to move forward with something like the ether, the background of space that is universally there?
Exactly. The ether is in the background medium. You're absolutely correct there. And it does, as we know, it does spiral down. So we know that for a fact.
How did they zero that gravimeter?
All right, listen up, guys. We're having a good conversation. Please
that's
stop
really a dumb
interrupting each
question.
other.
I'm sorry.
Please.
How did they zero your gravimeter?
Who cares how they zeroed the gravimeter?
Who in the hell
Brian?
cares how they zeroed it? That's not even relevant.
Then? How have they got a reading of gravity if it wasn't in a zero condition to start with?
Okay, they zeroed it by the ball, but before the ball dropped. Okay, then the ball dropped. It went in motion, and then they tracked it. That's how they zeroed it. My God, what a retarded question.
In what condition was it ever not in gravity then?
So
When
I
was
guess
it
we're
never
trying to
in
say
gravity?
It's never not in the condition of
Then it
gravity.
can't
When it
have
was
been
sitting there,
zeroed.
it was still exerting a force downward. Do you not
cannot have been
understand that?
zeroed. You cannot have something zeroed without an end point.
Oh, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
All right, let's move on from
God's
that.
sakes.
Can I get in real quick? So you got this ball dropping because of relative density, and you measure the acceleration of it. So what?
what medium is in the vacuum. Let's test the ability of your theory to guide action.
Lemons. When you take out the air from the volume, that volume becomes less denser. So now the next object that is denser is gonna seek equilibrium, and the bottom of that volume.
In the vacuum
bottom
chamber,
of that volume is the
it's
next thing that is solid. And
is my mic working?
Yeah, hold on, Jeremy. In the
No,
vacuum
it's not.
chamber,
No,
the
it's not
lack
working.
of the vacuum itself is the medium in this case. That's what we mean by the medium. The surrounding of the object, what it is immersed in.
Exactly.
For a gravimeter to work, it must be zeroed in zero gravity.
All right.
Oh my
So
God!
what
Where
you
the hell
gotta
did you
do
hear
with
that?
the
Look, dude,
gravitational
if you're going to
wave-
sit there and make dumbass statements like that you have no idea what you're talking about, just shut the hell up.
Bob,
You have no
argument
idea
is-
what
is
you're
just
talking
as
about,
ridiculous.
man.
Did you hear my question,
had
Bob?
a question.
You
Did you hear
don't
my
get to make
question,
the
Bob?
argument that we're perpetuating.
May I say
Does your
something to you?
speedo start at
Bob,
60
your
miles an
mic's
hour
really
then,
low.
does it, Bob? Or have you got a fucking zero?
Well, at least
My
Bob
mic
has
is
a
on.
framework to guide exploration. This is where the
Brian,
flat Earth gets unscientific because you don't even
With
have a
no
framework to go
acceleration,
forward. You
there's
can't
no
even guide
force.
exploration.
You can measure the fact the ball doesn't move, and that's the zero. If it doesn't move, that's zero. The fact that it does go down in a vacuum means there has to be an associated force. It doesn't go sideways. It doesn't go up.
Yeah, we're having a little family
All right.
thing here, Rumpus. Well, you can come back later. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, Bob. You got your gravimeter, and it's measuring the acceleration on the ball dropping. What is that supposed to prove?
It proves that there is an acceleration. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you. The acceleration is due to
Okay,
relative
it proves
density.
that there is not only an acceleration, but there is a rate of acceleration. And that we can track it absolutely precisely. And we are actually dropping something physical through it, an object, a little ball, a steel ball. We are tracking it. We have then determined that not only is there a downward acceleration, and there is an acceleration, but it seems to comply with the 9.8 meters per second variable that science has come forward with. So in other words, we have hardware verification that is giving us absolute confirmation of a downward acceleration.
Yes, the steel ball fell because of relative density. Because
no
it's more
one's
dense than the
arguing that it's
medium.
not accelerating.
Oh, is my mic working?
There is no relative density. It's in a vacuum.
Well, Bob,
So the ball.
what do you say that to test for real these things, you need to test it on a vacuum and on a real dense medium to see what objects do?
Just real quick, or did
You know, guys, if you guys don't understand, even in your own, what you're saying about relative density, you don't seem to understand that things are not going to go down at that rate as a ball drops
Can I
through
respond to what you said a minute ago, please?
medium densities, okay?
Bob,
you
hello?
guys are seriously, woefully lacking in an understanding of the most basic physics here.
I
This is
understand it.
incredible.
You sound like Rumpus now, Bob. That's what you sound
I
like.
hate to say it,
you
but
sound wrong like
he's right.
No, he's not.
So ridiculous, dude.
Is my mic fucking broken?
Yes,
Can you guys hear me?
Jeremy, go.
What?
Your mic cuts in and out, but go.
You said there's no relative density, but the steel ball is more dense than the vacuum, which would be what, zero density, maybe a little bit above because there's still some gas particles. So how can you say that it's not relative density.
But it doesn't
Okay, let's
change,
drop
does
a
it?
molecule of
The density
hydrogen
that
then.
doesn't change, and it falls at
Oh,
exactly
damn.
the
Paige, what the hell are you
rate.
doing?
The
Are you
vacuum
Bob?
doesn't change. The ball doesn't change. The acceleration.
Fuck.
Paige,
Whatever. Go ahead,
Go
guys.
ahead. No, Jeremy. Continue. Go ahead.
What is dropping a molecule of hydrogen in there have to? We're talking about the steel ball and the medium that it's in.
Because the hydrogen will also accelerate at that same rate. Because
No, it won't. It'll expand.
oh, for God's sake! You know what? You guys are. I don't even know what to say. This
Dude,
this
you're
is
a fucking
unbelievable.
retard if you don't think gas.
There we go. He's muted too. Go ahead, Jeremy and Bob.
Okay, so we have the steel ball, which has a very high density, inside the vacuum, which has a very low density, and relative density dictates that it's going to go down, which you're going to have movement, which would be an acceleration. So I don't get what this proves.
Well,
What's your
I don't have to tell
gravimeter
you.
prove?
I don't know what to tell you.
Tell me what the gravimeter proves.
I already told you. I told you what 10 times. If you don't understand it, then I don't know what to say to you. I can't. Look, saying something over and over and over and over again isn't going to get it through. Either you're going to have to do a little more investigation of it and read up on it and try and understand the concept and the physics behind this, or something. But I don't know what to tell you. You don't understand it. So you know what? You need somebody else or another source to explain it to you.
I do. I understand that it doesn't prove anything.
Well, that's what you think.
Stream?
All it proves is that something's moving and there's an acceleration to it. So what?
Well, Bob, to fight some
Hold
of
on,
this,
Lemon.
are we done or still going or what?
No, I want to hear Bob's response to that.
It's
All it
those
proves
two.
is that something's
Okay.
moving and there's an acceleration.
My response to what? What is your question?
We have some movement and there's an acceleration. So fucking what?
Well,
acceleration
the
of
question then is what causes the acceleration?
Well, that's why you gotta test it. What the cause and effect?
Guys, come on.
Damn.
Well, are you gonna answer the question? I answered yours.
Yes,
I said.
am.
Okay, then what causes the acceleration?
The acceleration is caused by the movement of the difference in between densities of the steel ball.
So
and
the
vacuum.
movement is. So you're saying the movement is caused by the movement? That's fucking brilliant.
The steel ball moves because it's more dense than the.
Okay, I got it. So the movement of the steel ball is caused by the movement of the steel ball. Brilliant, fucking brilliant.
That's not what he said, though.
Let me begin with your genius
That's not
here.
what he said,
The movement
Bob.
of the steel
Knock it
ball.
off.
That is exactly what he said.
Can I
Accurate
say
is
it? The
not
movement of the
precise.
steel ball. The movement of the steel ball is caused by it being more dense than the medium that it's in. That's what causes the movement. We've proven this scientifically.
And what is the
Science
where's the
denier,
force
Bob?
coming from? Where's the force coming from that's being exerted on it?
Bob, are you a science denier?
No, I'm not a science denier.
It sounds like you are. We have the science for
Look, you know
relative
what?
density. You're
If
acting
you're
like
going
it
to
don't
sit here and
exist.
start this Nathan Oakley horseshit,
Yeah,
fuck you.
Jeremy, why are you being so
I'm not going to
aggressive,
listen to this
man?
crap.
Come on, man.
Just fuck you.
No.
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm out of here anyway. These guys are
Alright.
fucking morons. You know, I can't even believe this group. You know what? You guys figure it out for yourself. I don't want you in my chat. I don't want you fucking even talking about this.
Whatever,
anywhere near-
pseudoscience, whatever.
We'll talk about
pseudoscience.
whatever we want, Bob.
Yeah.
I did
Have a
have
good
one
night,
Thanks for
question.
coming in.
All right, you guys take
I
care,
thought
man.
this was a
See you later,
dating
Good night.
stream.
Oh, well.
All right,
I just
everybody
think
can
you're
come
absurd.
unmuted
I
now.
had one
Jesus
question real
fucking
quick tonight.
Christ, what a goddamn shit show.
Okay,
Well,
I'm not sure
I
who's
think-
still here, but
I
have
think
a-
Bob is just tired
No,
of
I'm sorry, Brandon, but you guys gotta challenge him.
You guys,
That's bullshit.
you can't fucking let him almost finish something and then decide you're going to take over the conversation from the person whose question he's answering. What the fuck use does that do us?
What are you talking about, Brandon? He
Not
was talking with
specifically
Jeremy,
you.
and the
It
hold on.
happens
Jeremy
all the
asked.
time.
He answered all the questions. Jeremy asked the questions, and whenever he didn't like the questions, he would just rumpus, say like you're retard if you don't understand. Like he didn't present
Did you
anything.
hear me call him out on that? I called him out. But what good is it going to do it if you're in his face, just yelling in his face? Because that's the equivalent of what we were doing, some of us, to him.
That was just at the end, Brandon. Everybody
No,
was polite to him because I don't know. What do you guys think that he's special or
Well,
something?
I don't think he's special, but why do we have to treat each other like total shit? Just because we disagree.
I didn't hear that.
It sounded to me like he started that, not anybody.
I didn't hear that. He was the one who started that.
He called me an idiot, and then said hydrogen will fall down in a vacuum chamber. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude?
It seems like he started.
What if the vacuum chamber was full of mercury? Would it still fall down?
Gas
That's
will
what I'm
not fall
saying.
down in a vacuum. It expands, especially in a vacuum, guys.
I'm talking about the steel ball, bro. Would the ball fall down if the vacuum chamber was full of mercury?
Well, it would no longer be a vacuum chamber. It would just be mercury as the medium, but it would probably float in the mercury.
Lemons, that's the thing. If we're trying to prove or disprove density is the thing that causes things to move up and down, we're going to test both sides with the empty container and with the container that is more dense than another materials and see what it does.
Okay,
that's the whole thing.
The main question is whether or not there's a medium left in the vacuum. An unseen background ether and or close to nothing. That's the question.
You gotta prove
What's the quality of the medium?
Show it, prove it, and I'm down with you. I'll join your group.
Well, the thing
otherwise, I will not do that.
There has to be philosophically a medium there. Otherwise, they're saying nothing exists or close to nothing. So there has to be a medium of some sort of substance there philosophically. Anyway.
Okay, why do you say that?
Lemon, I agree with you. Show us this medium then.
No, hold on. I'm asking why do we need a medium, Lemons? Can you explain that?
Effectively, you're saying that nothing is doing something if there's no medium there. That's philosophically untenable.
Why would we need a separate medium?
We see that in nature. We see that in nature where the apple falls from the tree. You don't see no force or anything. It's humans who are inserting a bias, an idea into what's happening in nature.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's not true. You cannot have pressure without motion. That's the biggest bullshit that you just said.
That you can't have pressure without motion? What was that?
Yeah, you can't have pressure without motion, and pressure is the necessity of everything in our life. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Okay, well, there's a pressure inside the vacuum as well. There's a resting pressure even of the vacuum.
There is. The absolute vacuum does not exist. Show me an absolute vacuum. I'm sorry,
Which implies that there's a medium that will always be there, and there will never be such a thing as nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing does not exist.
Got a couple super chats. Don Lemon, listen to Bob. For fuck's sake, Brandon, you look like a silly Billy. Yeah, why ask questions when you're trying to figure something out and listen to someone's argument, right, Don Lemon? Why ask questions, huh? Why interrogate the logic? Why do that? That's dumb. You should just listen to people and believe what they say and go, uh-huh, good idea, Don. B-ball for life. Lots of laughs. Flat Earth is falling apart. It's on display for all to see. You think this is falling apart? This is fucking nothing, dude. This is absolutely fucking nothing.
A workable framework.
Medium aside from the ones we already have. One that you can't verify in any way with any of our senses. Why are you inserting that medium into our reality through your imagination?
Also, thanks for the super chat, B-ball.
Exactly. Exploration. What you're talking about is nothing being there, so you're not going to look.
Pretend land? Are you kidding me?
So you can't guide exploration, and eventually your science will stop.
We don't need to go off into pretend land. Science doesn't stop.
And so what?
Go into pretend land. You only
if you don't have a way,
you can actually look at that science.
Lemons. If it stopped, it stopped. What's the problem with that?
Well, if there's an answer there that you need to look for, that's not good.
La La Land, okay? La La Land. Shut up. That's
exactly.
Right. I'm using the wrong name.
Guys have made a philosophical dedication to what you can see and test. That's fine. But not everything that exists is full on that level. Sometimes you need to explore more, like we did for bacteria, like we did for radio waves, and for other stuff. So basically, you're talking about science stopping because you can't see it right now. Maybe you'll
stop
see it
science.
later.
I can continue to observe
keep
things.
exploring.
We're just not going to go try to imagine the things you're bringing up, your specific fancies, your specific imagination. That doesn't mean science stops. Science continues everywhere where we can continue to actually literally observe things.
Let me say this.
Why, stuff. That's all.
Some of the flat science is going nowhere except, laser tests, force of the line. Because theoretically, it's just not willing to go to too many different places.
Lemons, let me say this: we might as well, if we might as well stick with what the rhetoric is right now. You know, bending of space time and all that stuff. I mean, if that's what you want to move forward to come up with,
That's
know.
the argument they make. Yes, is that they have a framework.
So we might as well just stick with the one that we have right now. Why not?
So I was hoping to keep Bob around for a little while longer to kind of interrogate, his logic on why things are falling down, because I didn't completely understand it. And that's why I got a little pissed off, because we ran him off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I felt like we could have actually come to maybe some type of understanding with each other. The whole density versus, electrostatics. It could have come to some agreement if we would have just identified where we disagree. And it seems like where we disagree is thinking that there's a cause that has to be shown that to happen. Otherwise, density doesn't explain it. And so if you can just point to a specific experiment that shows that, then we can pick it apart. And so he pointed to the whole concept of the whole, in a plane, a zero-G plane, right? So we just need to, figure out where his flaw in the logic is, or he's right, one or the other, right?
He pointed to a device called a gravimeter.
I would just like to say something. First of all, I apologize for getting upset with you guys, but I really hate people yelling at me like that. This is crazy, and screaming at me like I have to prove, look, I told you I don't have a vacuum chamber. I will try and secure something like that to do it. But you guys, it's absolutely unbelievable the way you attack. And even another flat earther, and then you guys say that I'm not a flat earther, that I'm pushing for the globe side. Look, I've been fighting for flat earth for 6 years. I am a trained engineer. I understand very well what's going on here, and we have a difference of opinion here, right? But what you guys want to do is break out the frickin' lynch mob and yell and scream and holler rather than try and discuss it. And this is the problem.
Started calling names.
Come on.
No, don't even start who started what. If I did, I apologize. That's not the point. The point is this always turns to this, you guys. It always turns to this. It turns to this with the Globers. You got Nathan Oakley saying, oh, you got how do my balls taste? Bullshit like that. This is not how we need to come off to people. That's all I'm saying.
Bob, sometimes it feels like you're just not on our side, though. Like you got this piece of evidence with the gyro.
I am very much on your side. I am a flat earther.
Let me just finish, though. Let me finish. You got this huge piece of evidence with the gyro deviating from 15 degrees that would end the Coriolis debate, and we don't have it.
That's explicable with the
ether.
That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
And that's first of all,
that's why it feels like he's not on our side all the time. Like, where's this shit at, bro?
Well,
that's just a bad interpretation
of corporate property, and like I said, I will release it. It will be released. All right. So I'm only on the board of directors. I do not make all the decisions. It's not like I am king of FE Core. All right.
Well, are these people? Are these people in FE Core? Are they with the flat earthers? Do they want to help us? Like, why isn't this out there?
Oh my God, they're nothing but flat earthers. We have flat earthers that are working at Martin Marietta, Lockheed Martin, Skunkworks. All of these guys that are in this group that are flat earthers. Yes.
Do they realize we're in the trenches having Coriolis debates every fucking day? It could be over with.
I've got a little relative density diagram to test people whether they think relative density is responsible for acceleration.
Let's play this conversation out here that Bob has brought up. Bob, I understand. I don't think we should be yelling at each other either. I'm in total agreement. I think some people are frustrated. They truly are. What I'm interested in, the reason I was asking you questions was trying to get to the point of inflection that I didn't understand, because in my mind, it's completely 100% logical that there's no force needed. There's no outside force needed, but you seem to think there is. So you said the gravimeter, you gave that example. I think that's worth looking into. But that's all. I mean, we all should be open to being questioned about what we're saying too. You may have an engineering degree. I mean, you're working hard and I respect you a ton, but we all have to be open to being questioned. That is, in my opinion, the heart of science.
Let me just say this, Brandon. In answer to what you're saying about why it's necessary, is because things just don't happen by themselves. There has to be a reason. There has to be, like, things don't just fall over. You know,
Correct.
something has to be causal of that
Correct.
happening, right? So this is what I'm
Why?
saying, that there is a, don't question me on this. I'm trying to explain something. All right? There has to be a causal agent, and this is exactly what I'm trying to explain that this is. In other words, the relative density disequilibrium theory, things do not come out of disequilibrium and separate into themselves with no force, with no causal agent.
No, but a
And
force
to
puts
say-
them in disequilibrium, Bob. They are placed into disequilibrium by a force, and they return to their equilibrium, or they move up or down until they return to their equilibrium. There's no force there needed.
You know, I have to think of a different way to express this to you, Brandon.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, to me, and the funny thing about this is amazing, because the people that see this see it so clearly. They see it so clearly. And then there's you guys that see it so clearly about what you see, you know, and I see both sides. I really, really do. But I'm trying to explain to you that these causal things cannot just willy-nilly happen.
Okay.
They don't willy-nilly happen.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll go listen to your show again last night in detail, because I plan to do that anyway, because I was kind of multitasking when I was listening to it. And I'll look at the gravimeter, and if I have any questions, hopefully you'll be around and I'll be able to ask you. But there are a lot of people with questions about this on both sides.
And also watch the Ken Wheeler videos as well. I mean, because he really has a good take on this. And not only that, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, mainstream physics that explain the gravitational theory of acceleration. You know, it doesn't matter. The only difference between what I'm seeing and what they're seeing is the causal agent. I'm saying that this is a product of the lumina for its ether, not mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
Or
May I ask you
bendy
something?
space-time.
May I ask you something?
Brandon, yeah, can I just get in there for a sec?
Why
go
can
ahead.
that just happen?
I said something first. I wanted to talk to Bob.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. It'll be just real quick. Bob, it's not just willy-nilly, right? It's not willy-nilly. So we've got a mountainside and a large boulder that is supported by smaller rocks and pebbles, but there's a rain that comes and disturbs the support that the boulder once had. The boulder will then at some point fall down the mountain due to its own weight being too heavy so it's not willy-nilly, right?
Right, it's not. But and here's the point that I have to get across to you guys, and I have to figure out how to do this. That there has to be a kinetic product of this acceleration that is constantly acting to allow these chain events to happen.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So
why has to be?
Hold on. I'm talking to Bob, not you, please.
That's what I don't understand. Why it has to be?
No,
Just
hold on, person at a time. Okay. So Bob, the kinetic energy is within the rock itself. It's waiting for time. It's waiting for change, right? It's the coconut on the tree waiting for the stem to get too weak to hold the coconut's weight. That's not willy-nilly.
And what's manifesting the kinetic energy into actual energy? I mean, not the kinetic. What's manifesting, I guess, the potential energy into the kinetic energy?
Okay.
I mean, the rocks just don't do that.
I get you. Hold on. In my opinion, it's the same answer as yours. It's the object itself. Okay? Both of our claims depend on the fact that there's a physical object. So neither of us get out of that predicament, because I can ask you the same thing. What's the cause? What's the cause? If there weren't, pardon my French, a fucking object there, we wouldn't have an observation. So the only thing that remains constant is the object.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's the ether absorbing into the
I'm
object.
talking to Bob. Lemon.
I'd say you're right, Lemon. That's probably exactly right. It is a modality causal. It's a causality that's caused by a modality of the ether. I totally agree with that. Now,
wait. I don't. Okay.
Show us the ether.
Oh, hold on.
I measured the ether. What do you think the fiber optic gyro did?
Brandon,
what do you think I was actually
registering here?
Hold on. Chill the fuck out. I got 3 things going on here. All right. Yeah. But sorry, Brian. You're gonna have to go on mute. Go ahead.
Well, now that Lemon spoke for Bob, and he brought up the modality thing. Okay, Bob, can you say that one more time? I like Ken. I like Ken Wheeler. I don't have anything against him. So say that again, please.
Okay, the acceleration is brought about by a modality of the ether. Okay, it's the dielectric inertial acceleration, and we explained that very much in detail last night. And all I'm saying is that is the mechanism that seems very clear to me that is acting on things. And again, guys, I'm going to try my very best here. Hang on a second. I'm going to try my very best to get this explained in context to you. In the meantime, you really have to make a concerted effort to explain to me what is happening with this gravimeter. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
Because there is something that's happening there that you can't just say, well, it's
don't
just doing
switch
it.
gears yet, Bob. Don't switch gears. I want
All right.
I appreciate you asking everybody else to give you feedback on the gravimeter, but again, if you're going to present a claim for a cause, is it your position, Bob, that you can have an explanation for the cause when you can't manipulate it?
I think that we can manipulate it, and in fact, that's what some of our experiments are lined up to do. This is the whole idea behind the two magnets that are neodymiums that we're going to drop to see if we get a different drop rate.
Right.
If so, then that may not prove that the ether exists or that this modality exists, but it sure makes it a nice piece of evidence, doesn't it?
Yeah. Again, I agree with you in theory, right? I'm not against theory, but my question is.
Well, and the theory is all I am professing here, dude. The theory is
I'm good with that, Bob. You're not. Yeah, we're good, man. We're
but I'm being attacked like I'm saying that this is an absolute. I have said this from day one. What I say is my opinion. I may sound like I'm stating it in terms of absolutes. Yeah, I believe what I'm saying, but I also give the disclaimer on damn near every Globebuster show since day one that all of this is my opinion, and I am sharing this opinion with my audience, who, by the way, a great majority of people share the same opinion. Does that make it right? No, not necessarily. But, you guys ganging up on me doesn't make you right either. We obviously have a true conundrum here. We have a true phenomenon. This is something that we need to investigate, and attacking each other.
Let me just follow up real quick. Okay.
Agreed.
Let me just follow up, and I'll try to be succinct. We don't have a conundrum. Okay, you have the burden of proving the cause. Okay, so I have a cause. It is the object itself in relation to the medium in which it exists. I don't have a conundrum now, but I understand your claim. I do. But my point is, you haven't proven it. I can demonstrate mine all day. Why doesn't the
That's right. All I'm doing is giving you pieces of evidence. How have I always worked since day one, Travis? Day one, a preponderance of evidence, and this is exactly what I am building here.
Okay, that's all I asked for. Thanks, Bob.
Well, then I don't think we have anything more to fight about. I have made this clear.
I'm good.
Either you guys are going to you're going to listen to me and follow me through with this, and great. I don't care if you take an opposite stance. I am not like Anthony Riley. I mean, who is so freaking triggered that every other word out of his mouth is Bob this, Bob that. I am so under that guy's skin that it's utterly ridiculous. It's like, it's funny, actually. I've never seen anything quite like it, to be honest with you. He says, "Oh, I'm not picking on Bob, but Bob this, Bob that, Bob." We don't need to do that to each other. Look, if he wants to believe that, fine. He can believe that. I am not going to try and push this on anybody like he does. Okay, I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to share with you why I think what I think. I'm going to give you the evidence, the preponderance of evidence as I see it, and the things that I've collected. And you're either going to go with it or you're not. And if you don't, great, no problem. If you do, great, no problem.
Yeah, sounds good. That's fair enough. Like I said, I'm going to do my part and investigate.
Is that all right?
I think we've got to have continued discussion on this. So definitely open to there being this outside force that is impacting the objects, like Travis said. I just don't think we need it. But I'll look at the gravimeter. If we can show that it's present, that's a different story.
I think I could explain what Glowbusters is trying to say. Everybody forgets what density is. It's the weight divided by the volume. So every time you talk about relative density, you're talking about weights and volumes. Now, what causes the weight of an object? It's a downward force. And I think if you can explain that.
What the hell does mass divided by volume even fucking mean? Can you what does that even mean?
It means density. That's what you talk about density.
No. Show me what mass divided by volume looks like, please.
It looks like density.
Yeah. And
Oh
in
my
all honesty,
God.
I mean, I know what you're saying, but if you guys remember, I did a show like a couple years ago called Sunday Mass. And in all honesty, I pointed out the fallacies with mass, and my God, there are a lot of them. So many that it's absolutely beyond belief. They don't have a clue what mass actually is. Whether it being in motion actually increases mass or not, or what the quarks have to do or the gluons have to do with relative mass. All of these things, even the top scientific minds, PhDs, none of them agree on what mass is. So how the hell are we supposed to even remotely take any of that to the bank? We can't.
Well, it's a general guide for what happens when you take something like foil. It's spread out in a thin sheet, but when you lump it into a ball and put more of the stuff, the foil itself, the mass, if you will, in one concentrated location and make it a little denser, it'll start to kind of sink. And so they're talking about how much stuff that takes up room per unit volume as a general guide for how spread out something is and or how it's interacting with the medium.
Right, and I agree with that. And you know something? To me, I just kind of resolved the fact that mass is nothing more than the amount of stuff that something has in it. And it should be, the psi unit, of course, of it is kilograms, right? And it should be that because it's really nothing more than weight. Because when they start talking about how, the mass stays the same, but the weight changes, because of gravity on other planets, now we're getting into horseshit theory. Okay, we all know that. So to me, it's just the amount of stuff that's in something and its weight.
Bob, may I ask you something? What would be the difference between, let's say, the gravity that we know right now and what you're talking about? Like, what's the difference?
As far as the effects, no difference. As far as what causes it, a big difference.
So, but they can have a sphere, a ball. With this, what you're talking about.
Here's the thing. I mean, a lot of people in this world believe in gravity. A lot of scientists, PhDs, and these people aren't stupid. All right. First of all, let's at least acknowledge that these people that are in these fields, the engineers and scientists and physicists, they're not stupid. All right. And one thing that they did get right is the fact that we can predict so precisely the ballistic characteristics of these things. Right. How we can. And all of these use gravity in the equation. So we happen to know this force or this phenomenon pretty damn well, and that we can predict the behavior of lots of other objects using it, whatever it is. Okay, so to me, it's not so damn easy for me to just dismiss it. I can't, because it does too many things. It is too well used in engineering, in creating things, in predicting things. All of these things so many times are centered around this thing that we call gravity. It's something you cannot just dismiss.
Dismiss. No one is just dismissing the fact that things fall down or go up. Bob, no one's dismissing gravity. We're just looking for evidence. We've been sold this model from the heliocentric frame point where things are masses are attracted to each other and they're attracted towards the center of the Earth. We don't want to hop from one that is bullshit to another one that's bullshit. So we're looking for concrete evidence, scientific evidence before we move
I
to another
totally
model.
agree, but you know what, Brandon? We have got to, in doing this, in creating this other paradigm, we have to disassemble the concrete evidence that has been put together by the mainstream.
Yeah.
And that is the engineering and math that has done so well at predicting these phenomenons. I'm sorry, but we
including
cannot
the thing you
dismiss
just
that.
said was concrete.
Well,
right?
no, the stuff that they use to predict the calculations and stuff, that's a whole different matter. We're talking about cause and effect. What causes what, right?
Yeah, because right, you can't draw equations based on things that don't exist. You see what I'm saying?
Bob, do you think
Well, wait a minute.
grab an object? Oh, sorry.
I don't know what that means, Bob. You can't draw
that
equations.
That was
based on
not a
things
good
that don't-
example. I take that back. They do make equations based on things that don't exist, like black holes. So I take that back. That was wrong.
Exactly.
But let's just say we can't make up existence on things that don't exist that we don't engineer on a daily basis. Let me modify that. That's better.
You can name your variables whatever you want as long as you get to the right value, a predictive value. So that's what I think they did, is they named some of these variables to fit into their model. I don't want to do that again. If we don't need it, if we don't need a concept, if we don't need some outside force to explain the what we see, the effects and the phenomena that we observe, we shouldn't be making one up. So we need it to naturally flow from the observations and the science.
I agree, and you know what? I'm not making this up. Well, first of all, you have to give these theories, these ideas, the science and this math comes forward from some of the most famous scientists ever that were before Einstein. Because let's face it, when they got to Einstein, the whole world was completely fucked up. But you know, people like Henri Poincaré or James Clerk Maxwell, and you know, all these people like Tesla, all of these people were convinced that this ether was there, and that these phenomena that we're calling like gravity and stuff like this, these inertias, were based out of this phenomenon. We can't just dismiss that. I won't just dismiss that, because the only quack that I think is really, you know, where science has gone to scientism, frankly, is since the introduction of Einstein. And look what science did. They made him some sort of a god. The reason they did that is because they knew everything he was spouting was bullshit, right? He wants us to believe he's the one that comes up with, oh yeah, the black holes are, we're going to calculate this, that, and the other things that are unseen, unprovable, all this stuff. But before that, science was going on a very, very good path. And I think, frankly, you know, before a couple hundred years ago, we were probably a lot further advanced scientifically than we are now. And they are purposely trying to retard that scientific knowledge.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I want it back.
You're absolutely right. And
Agree,
I think,
and we need to put our egos aside, and we need to, you know, work together to come to a natural conclusion. And I think that is one of the problems, is we all get our egos wrapped up in this, and then the name calling starts, and then people have ulterior motives. Let's just focus on the science and try to be professional and courteous with each other. That's
I appreciate that.
I'm not opposed to the ether, but we need some kind of evidence or proof that it even
I get
exists.
that. And I get that. And believe me, I'm looking for it too, guys. I'm not just going to let this go willy-nilly. And Brandon, I appreciate that, because, you know, even to this day, you got Sleeping Warrior still saying that I'm an agent out here. You know, I'm an agent sent in to divide the flat earth. I've seen it a million times in this chat. It's like, if you guys really believe that,
I don't believe that.
I don't even know what to say. I don't believe that. I mean, it's not why I'm here. I want to discover what we used to know.
Yeah. No, Bob, we have all kinds of people who watch this show. It's just a hodgepodge of people. So don't take anything one person says, or certainly anybody in the chat says, as what this whole group thinks. We are not one unified
yes, please
group.
don't hold their sayings to me. Like, yeah, no.
Right.
No.
And, you know, it's crazy that right now I happen to be agreeing with what you guys are absolutely considering a baller position. I'm, you know, well, you know, the ballers aren't wrong about everything. They're just not. Okay. There are certain things that carry both sides of the scientific argument through. Now, the way they're applying it, well, we know what's going on there. But, you know, like I said, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. And I think that technologically we could be way further ahead than before Einstein came along and screwed everything up. I really believe that.
We probably are
Yeah,
way
there is
further
proof
ahead.
of
I would
the
guess the
ether.
military is way
Mic
further
check.
ahead than we know about.
Without a doubt, they are. They've got anti-grav technology already. I'm certain of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ether has been proved, by the way. There
What
was
is that,
another
Bob? What is that?
Were you
experiment.
talking about planes that were being flown using this ionic wind or whatever they call it?
Yeah. I mean,
Mic
they
check.
basically say you spin metal, a liquid metal at a high degree. The craft starts to get its own electromagnetic field, and it starts to float. It floats and can do 90-degree hairpin turns at great speed because all you're doing is changing the polarity of the field to change direction.
Exactly. And rotation, like I've said from the beginning, rotation plays a big role in this so-called antigravitic effect. I mean, I think that, resonances and rotations, this is how bees work. I've talked about also, charge potentials changing. This is how spiders are actually able to balloon, right? By changing charge potentials and manipulating up and down within this field that we know is there electrostatically. The University of Bristol did an experiment where they completely created a mock environment for the spiders, right, without any wind. And what they were absolutely amazed to find was that not only could the spiders control vertical flight, but they could control horizontal flight as well. And all of this is just by hanging a little silk thread out of their ass and changing the charge potential in it. I find that amazing.
So look. Listen to the absolute.
Exactly, Bob.
Hold on. Look. Listen to what the profundity that just came out of Bob's mouth. Okay, listen. If 80 years ago, 90 years ago, they were able to figure this out for a spider, and then just extrapolate the percentage of ratio, do you think they could have created something to fly like that?
Yeah, a balloon. Yeah, I think we
thinking
here.
so.
Yeah, because electric phenomenon is scalable. What works on a small thing will always
Tethering
be scalable.
that they use on satellites. They talk about that. They say they use it. In fact, they say that they put these tethers on their satellites. And of course, I'm thinking that, that translates to balloons, right? They're putting the tethers on the balloons, which is allowing them to navigate not only horizontally, but vertically on the z-axis up and down through the different rotational wind currents. They say that they're doing this, absolutely. And I have no reason to doubt it because nature does that.
Yeah, and I put in the chat a site about Dayton Miller's hundreds of experiments into the ether. I think we are familiar with, something from space, be it electromagnetism, electricity, magnetism. I think at this point we just need to absorb it into the ether thought process, where space itself is this substance, this background with several fields, several currents to discover, maybe even what we call AKA gravity or whatever.
Can I ask Bob a couple questions? Just 2 quick questions for Bob.
Yeah, James, you're not roboting now. You've been roboting for a long time. That's why I've cut you off a couple times. But yeah,
I was driving home. So I'm sure that's why. But
no,
I
that's
apologize.
Cool. I
just
didn't want you to
waited.
think I was not letting you speak. But go ahead.
Got you. I was just gonna ask Bob the gas in the vacuum chamber, unless you guys don't want to go back to that, because I don't want to argue or yell either. But
no, let's all agree not to argue and yell, and we'll be good. Go.
Right. So the gas in the chamber, you were saying something when the gas particles momentum slow down. At that point, if that does occur, isn't it no longer gas?
Yes, in fact, typically gas will change to a liquid when it does it. We see it in our environment all the time. When water evaporates, right? It goes up, it evaporates, and then it's excited because it is getting energy from the atmosphere. There's electrical activity up there. There's heat, supposedly from the thermosphere, although I doubt that. But nevertheless, there are things that are causing excitation, which are feeding energy and kind of putting off the entropy, right? But eventually, if there's nothing feeding the energy of that, then entropy is going to take place and the gas is going to settle down. It's going to slow. It's going to succumb to this downward acceleration, and it's going to change state and fall to the ground.
That's not
yeah,
correct.
I know.
So what I'm asking,
that's not correct.
my point is, Hold on.
Can
My
anyone hear
point
me?
is, once the gas is no longer gas, then it's not going down. Gas is not going down in a vacuum. Would I be incorrect?
Well, no, then you'd be saying liquid would be going down in the vacuum.
Well, it's like gas, you know, the properties of gas are very different from anything else on Earth, right? It's like, so once it no longer has those properties, it's not really gas going down in the vacuum. It's a form of time, if that even occurs, where it becomes no longer gas.
I get that, but you know what? It's not up to us necessarily to redefine exactly what that's caused. You know, all I'm trying to do is work within the framework that's already there. You know, I would love to rename gravity. In fact, we have proposed it: incoherent electrostatic acceleration. That is what I would like to call this. You know, but you know, I'm nobody. I'm nobody. I'm just somebody that's working on a theory here. I don't get to be in charge of what we call this stuff. So we have to go with what the mainstream has provided for us if we ever want to hope of having a discussion with the mainstream scientists and physicists. You know, we have to engage them on their own turf, because, like it or not, they're the dominant game in town.
Can I ask you
Yeah,
a
and
question,
the only other thing was when the rock is on the side, when the rock is on the side of the hill, right, and it's getting ready to fall, wind and rain keep deteriorating the ground under it. Once the ground under it is gone, it will fall down through the medium of air because it's more denser than air. But once it hits a medium that's denser than it stops.
Yeah.
I still don't understand.
It's because the container, whatever it is always going to be denser. Otherwise, it's not much of a container. So again, we've asked this a million times. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Well, obviously that container is going to be more dense than the gas pressure. So, you know, you can't say we have to have this and then criticize it on the other hand, because it's denser and it's going to stop the downward acceleration. I mean, that's really non sequitur logic. It doesn't make any sense.
But Bob,
okay,
what
well,
difference does it make?
that's what I was asking. Thanks.
What difference does it make if it's your force or the Glover's force? If at the end we have a magical force that nobody can show or demonstrate, what difference?
Because we're not trying to call it a magical force. We're trying to explain it. That's what I'm trying to do. Because I believe that the ballers have done a terrible job explaining the cause of gravity. I think that their experiments, the Cavendish experiments, are horrible. I mean, they're so unreliable, they're ridiculous. And I think the electrostatic model, knowing that this is an electric world, I think that if we go down that road, we're going to have a lot better success explaining these things around us. That's all I'm saying.
The thing is, Bob, we
have-
don't need we don't need explanations. We need proof.
Well, the thing is, we are extrapolating to the unseen, parts that we can see from what we can see locally. We're even doing that with the flat plane. We don't have a flat Earth model, but we see flatness and extrapolate that the rest of it is flat without seeing the whole thing. Maybe there's a firmament in the way that prevents us from getting high enough to take a whole picture. Okay, but we're okay extrapolating to what is unseen in one area. Why not here, where there appears to be some sort of thing going on in space all around us, around you and me, giving some sort of electrostatic movement, force, whatever. Why can't we do that? That's not consistent at that point if we're willing to extrapolate in one area.
If you can provide experimental evidence that supports it, I'm all for it. But your statement about extrapolating the flat plane out, I disagree with that. I don't extrapolate out.
In the chat. I was going to say that the problem is people don't know how to think about this because they haven't seen the relevant research. Dayton Miller's hundreds of ether experiments. Hundreds. Basically, the evidence for the ether, there's a couple breadcrumbs that lead to some sort of substance of space. One, you have science now, which talks about...
Lemon, the ether's not part of this debate, brother.
Yes, well, that's the ether that we're talking about. You're getting on Bob for this woo ether, but you haven't even looked at the stuff that says that something exists.
I'll consider Bob. I've looked into it. I'd like to see a demonstration. I might even try it myself. But to me, there's a medium all the way up to the firmament, in which we don't need any kind of outside force, and that's just it. It's just unnecessary. It's like a natural law. Hot goes to cold. We don't have an explanation for that. It's a natural law. What goes up must come down. There's no explanation needed. All we can demonstrate is relative density, and everything always follows the laws of relative density. So the force is unnecessary, in my opinion. But I will consider what he said. I will see if gas will ever drop to the bottom of a container. It would shock the shit out of me, but it's possible.
I put the video, I see Closet Geocentrist, which has the plot to bury in the chat. I'll put
you're
it there
saying
again.
hello to chicken. You're just gonna have to talk
Lemon,
up.
if you seen my video, right where it cut off, right after that, it showed balloons filled with helium and liquid nitrogen, and it shows them deflate. So they're saying there's a void of vacuum up there. It's not. The air's still up there. It's just so damn cold. It's just freaking deflated like in the balloons. The matter's still up there, in my opinion.
Brian, let me ask you a question. What experiments have you done ever regarding flat Earth?
What do you mean?
His YouTube channel is called Flat Earth.
Exactly what I said. What experiments have you done ever regarding flat Earth,
Several.
trying to prove anything one or the other? Like what? What have you done?
Look at my channel. God, I don't know where to start. Would somebody back me
I'll
up?
jump in real quick for this. Bob,
He
listen,
does
I
long
just
distance
started a
observations and
GoFundMe.
stuff. Yeah.
Lemon, hold on, Lemon. I just started a GoFundMe, Bob, for Brian, so that the community can support this man to take a day off from work and not have to worry about pay to perform an experiment to answer your question, right? So it's like the Force the Line with Brian Mullen. We've been talking about it forever here on the channel. So if you want to catch up on that, you can do that. But what I'm telling you is Brian is a guy who thinks outside the box. He makes us laugh, and he gets his ass out there. He's doing something. I want to testify for him on his behalf. GoFundMe. It should be in the link, and the link should be in the description.
Okay, that's excellent. And I asked, and now I know. Great, that's great to hear.
Yeah, I surveyed down 2 years ago. I surveyed down Jack's after watching Glowbusters too. I surveyed down Jack's Beach and come up with an idea to survey orthogonally at the top of the beach. And I tried running overlapping string lines down Jack's Beach. I showed that when you have propane coming out full force, when you ignite it, you don't get any extra motion to show that rockets wouldn't work in space. Lighting the propane didn't give it any extra force than just the propane blasting out of the tank anyway. And I've did the magnets things. I've tried the monopole magnets. I've dropped the golf ball, the ping pong ball up, climbed up on the roof, and made it. My channel's full of all kinds of little tests and shit.
That's cool. So you understand. So you understand then that the big problem with rockets working in space is the free expansion of gas law, right? They can do no work. There is no work being done if the gas is immediately ejected into space, right? Now, we know full well that Newton's third law has to be satisfied, and it is not satisfied when the gas does no work and it's simply ejected into free space. And yet the ballers will claim that it is the rocket fuel burning itself that's throwing this mass out there that it's working against. But that's just nonsense, and I think we know that. So
I agree, man. That's why I showed. They said, yeah, good. They said they had a chamber. They said, hold on. They said that they ignite it in a chamber and then evacuate it. So that's why I put the propane on full blast and showed that it gave a little push at first, but then when I lit it, it blasted off, and it didn't even move. I had it hanging like in a pendulum style, where any little motion would make it rock back and forth. And when I ignited it, so in other words, even if they were igniting the gas in a chamber, they wouldn't get any extra force out of it. And I demonstrated that. To me, you should go check out my channel. It's small, but it's full of little fun little tests and shit like that. But I agree with you 100% on that, Bob.
Yeah, Brian's very active. But Bob, I'd like to disagree with you. If you'll look at my screen right now, you can see a very succinct and detailed explanation that we were provided on how rockets work in a vacuum that really clears up everyone's questions. Thanks to Rumpus. Thank you, Rumpus, very much. I mean, you can see clearly this is the answer.
Hang on, I got to look for it here. Hang on a second.
Clear as mud, Brendan. Clear as mud.
Brandon, your screen's not right.
My check.
Put Rumpus's screenshot up, Brandon.
Oh, it's not right?
No, it's not right. Hold on. Rumpus drew us a diagram, and it explains everything of how rockets work in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what I should be showing.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're showing
there we go.
the sphere with medium density.
You see it now?
No, we're seeing a sphere with medium density and purple, right? It's not Rumpus's diagram.
No, you should see it. There's just no getting around that. Anybody see it now?
Oh, I'm looking at the Rumpus's screen. My bad.
I see it. I've been seeing.
My bad.
Oh,
My
okay.
bad.
Oh, is it the thing that says a shell around the denser liquid held in place? That thing?
No, Brandon's screen. Look at Brandon's screen.
I thought I was looking at. Shit, how do I look at Brandon's
Just
screen?
click my name.
Yeah.
Okay,
Brandon's
when I
screen
do
will
that,
explain it all.
blue menu box comes up, and then what do I do?
Blue menu box.
Bob, are you on your phone? Or
Click the rumpus. Click the rumpus.
I'm on PC.
Oh well, it's not important. It's
Can
just
somebody?
It's a funny diagram. I'll post it in the chat for you, so that you have it. You can refer to it.
Hey Bob, Bob, if you click on the room.
Screen? What screen? So you got to click.
If you click on the room that says show channel, you just click on that where it says that, it'll go to a room that's got everybody's picture, and whoever's showing a stream, you can click on their specific window.
There you go. It's in general now, so everyone has it for later. Okay, I want to read some super chats because there are a couple questions in there. It seems like a good time. Everybody's calmed down a little bit, if you guys don't mind.
You don't have to read mine because you already answered mine. You don't have to read it.
Okay. Esteban Ilabaca. Bob's logic is based on basic physics. Even if I disagree with him on the gyro, he knows relative density is nonsense. Thank you, Esteban. Godzilla 37. Hard to super chat and drive, let alone lower my medical bill, but great show tonight. Thanks, Godzilla. Appreciate that. Esteban again. Ask Bob how gravimetric mineral prospecting works. Do you have any idea? Have you ever heard of that before, Bob?
Yeah, I do. I have an idea how it works, or at least how they claim that it works. And basically, what they're claiming is because their model of gravity is based on mass and mass states and mass density, that certain things like certain minerals will have denser masses, and that it will then increase the specific acceleration picked up by the gravimeters. And so they're saying that that's how they can do that. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I would say that it isn't because of the mass of the object so much as, from what we've discovered, there are different elements seem to respond differently to the drop rates, right? You guys have probably seen that demonstration. I've shown it on Globebusters a million times, where they have this little vacuum chamber and they have like 8 different elements in it, and they pop it up, and each element that's in each one of these evacuated chambers falls at a different speed. So that's what I'm thinking is actually going on. But no, I get the concept of what they're saying. You bet.
Okay. Thank you. B-ball for life. How does the accelerometer on my phone measure buoyancy and density? Drop your phone. Okay, go onto your roof and then walk up to the edge and then drop the phone and you'll get the answer, B-ball. You can do that experiment at home. Make sure you're over your driveway or some rocks. Thank you, B-ball. Infinite Plane Society. Bob, call into Infinite Plane Radio sometime. Sure you'll be taking them up on that pretty soon, huh?
Yeah, he's another one that I honestly have tried, just like with the Nathan Oakley crew. I have tried, so hard to try and make peace with Oakley. I've tried to make peace with Tim Osman, and it's like, every time I do that, I come back and I get my hand bit off. And it's like, you do that just so many times, and you really are kind of apprehensive to keep trying that.
Yeah, some people are just here to start ruckus. They're probably government-paid agents, Masons, Satano-pagans, whatever. Somebody in this chat, told me to pray to Agent Orange, knowing that my father, died of cancer, which, he got from, Vietnam, via Agent Orange. That vile level of stuff, whatever the heck he was trying to say.
Wow, that's really bad.
It just shows.
How can a human being go to that level? Like, they did the same thing with me, laughing about my partner who died, that he committed suicide because I was a flat earther. Like, they are vile people. Vile people.
Don't pay any attention to those people. Those are the ones that I try to ban, as the ones who purposely go out of their way to say mean shit. I want people who disagree around. I don't mind disagreements. I don't even mind a little fun and yelling. But
I'm sorry that happened
saying
to you,
mean
Paige. I
shit
love
like
you.
that, fuck that.
Yeah, F them. But thank you, Bob, for coming back and keeping the peace. Some of these
Thanks, Phil.
people are going to go straight to hell unless, they repent of being vicious internet trolls
Why are
trying
you
to
talking about
psycho,
Jesus and salvation right now? Why is that relevant for us?
because I'm talking. And people need to decide what they're trying to accomplish in this community. If they're trying to sow dissension or go forward with some level of new exploration. We do not need to squelch people. We do not need to suppress people. And Bob, I salute you for coming back and trying to keep the peace in this this circus. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that you
Thank
came
you.
back too,
Appreciate
Bob. I was
that.
worried that you were going to leave and
Mic check.
that'd be
Yep.
that we wouldn't see you again.
Second. Mic check.
James Richard, can I speak? Oh yeah, sorry, James. You said not to read that again. And Ruhif, best show ever. Thanks, Bob. In parentheses. Thanks, Ruhif. Appreciate that. Okay, so this might not be a popular decision, but the Rumpus has something that he would like to present to us. He thinks that he has evidence of the outside force, so I'm going to give him a chance.
I will super chat you my entire GoFundMe right now if you do not let him on.
I've got my finger on the mute button. I better see a super chat hit real quick. Here we go.
Oh, damn. You're going to take... Oh, wait. I take it
No,
back.
don't do it, Travis.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, don't do it, Travis.
Thank you, Brandon.
Hey, no problem.
Yes, I certainly have sympathies with Bob with regard to Nathan Oakley, who's really a vile creature. Anyway, so here's a little thing that might help out people who've got this problem with relative density. I have a little diagram. If you click on my name, you should be able to see it. Screen share here of a little diagram. There's a little test for the panel, and people can offer. It's a little question, very simple, and you can all offer an answer to the question. And the people who believe in relative density accounting for why things move the way they are, first of all, as a general point, density is not a force. And as Bob said, if something moves, there has to be a force applied. That's the definition of movement, and acceleration requires a force. So there's that issue to begin with. Also, there's an issue with direction. But anyway, let's go to this problem. So if you believe that the only piece of information that you need, and I'll ask the panel if they want any more information on this situation I'm setting up here, whether they need anything more than relative density to determine what's going to happen. So here I have just a sphere, and we're just looking in cross-section. And inside the sphere, we have a medium 1, which is, say, water, density A. And then inside the sphere, it's being held in place by this sort of structure inside the sphere, another sphere, in which is another medium of greater density, density B. So we say the inner one is, say, mercury, and the outer one is water. So we've got two spheres, one inside the other, and we're holding the inner one in place with this structure. And I'm about to break the shell. I'm about to do something to break the shell that's holding medium 2 in place. And I'm going to ask people what they think is going to happen to the mercury. Which direction is it going to go in? And I've got up here, at the top left, I've got, what do you want me to tell you about this situation? What information do you need to know to answer my question? Now, I've got up the words relative density there. Now, if anybody else wants any more information about this beyond relative density, that means for a start, if they do need that more information.
I want to answer that.
Need the temperature of the water.
Okay, you want to know about temperature? Okay. Anything else?
I want to know what's the alignment of those materials.
The alignment?
Yeah, to tell you where is it gonna go. Because that's just in a void. Your example is just hold on. Your example is just in a void, Rumpus. So that doesn't tell me anything.
Well, yeah, but the point is that people. Hold on. There are a set of people, and some of them seem to be on the panel tonight, who believe that the only thing you need to know about the way things are going to move and accounts for their movement is relative density. So I've already got... So hold on, let me just finish. So I've already got someone asking me if that might not be everybody, but I've now got a request to provide temperature information. But most people just say the only thing they need to know is relative density. Okay, someone else has mentioned pressure.
Not me.
Pressure.
Not me.
Someone else. Okay, someone. So this is not everybody. I'm just adding on anybody.
Can I add one? Can I add one? Green pixies.
Green pixies. Okay.
Location.
Okay, location. Right now,
I want to know the alignment.
Alignment. I don't know what you mean by alignment. Of what?
Am I talking about that? But what the alignment of those materials are?
What do you mean by the
radius of the
alignment?
Earth or whatever you're,
You can
because
see
that's
the
on a
alignment.
void. I don't know. That doesn't tell me anything, Rumpus.
Well, yeah, but the only information that people who offer this argument is that they only need to know relative density. That's they say.
No, the temperature will determine the density.
Can I just finish my sentence? There are a set of people. It might not be all the people on this panel who say that the only thing you need to know that would determine how things move is the relative density. So I'm determining whether that is the case. That's the only thing you need to know, or whether you need to know more information. Some people, not everybody.
Is this a sphere is relative? It's gonna be relative to what is gonna happen on the Earth.
On Earth.
Yeah, hold on. The reason I asked for temperature is because that will determine the density of the water and determine what it is. If it's ice, if it's frozen, the mercury ain't going to go anywhere. If it's hot, then the mercury will be liquefied. It'll go down. If it's real cold, then the...
Right. Can we assume that this is a liquid? We'll assume that the temperature is keeping this water as a liquid. Can we assume that? Does that mean to say you would no longer be interested in the temperature?
Just give me the temperature. Give me a made up, a hypothetical temperature of the water, and I'll give you.
You think the temperature is going to change the behavior of this system? Do you?
I have one. I have one, Rumpus. Rumpus, I have one.
Okay.
Put a density tower by the side of that thing, and containing those two materials.
Right, but do you understand what you're saying? I'm asking you for the minimum amount of information that you need to tell me what's going to happen when I break the shell, the inner shell.
All I need is a density tower by that side, and I'm going to tell you where those...
you can't do it without a density tower. Is that what you're saying?
Well, on the Earth, we have the Earth itself as an alignment, as a density tower.
Okay,
Rumpus, listen.
No, you
listen. Let me finish.
Guys,
let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm asking you what the minimum information you need to know what's going to happen to the mercury in the inner sphere. The minimum.
Rumpus, I want to say something. When we're talking about relative density, we're talking about all else held constant, right? On Earth. That's what we're talking about. So,
but the point is the claim by the relative density is that the only thing you need to know is the relative density.
Okay.
Can I say something? Random. Can I say something?
Yeah.
The Earth itself, Rumpus, the Earth itself is a density tower alignment, has a density tower alignment.
Yes, but
all the materials has a that's how we know where the materials are gonna go.
Guys, as much as I hate to say this, let's let Rumpus finish this. Let's let him say what he has to say. I think I know where he's going with this. Just let him say it.
Right. So the point is...
What about the container, Rumpus? What about the container that the water's in?
It doesn't... Well, you think that's relevant to what's going to happen when I break the container?
I don't think it is.
Well, exactly. So it's not an issue then, is it? All I'm saying...
you guys are missing the point.
I'm going to break the shell, the inner one, and I want to know what information you need to know, these relative density advocates, what they need to know.
I told you.
What direction will have... What
density tower by its
Brian's logic, your mic is really low. Can't hear you. Go ahead, Rumpus. I think that everybody gave their answers, so let's hear it.
Okay, well, I'm just going to emphasize. So the point is, the relative density people say that the only information that they need to determine how things will move is the relative density.
No one says that. Who says that? Who says that?
And you repeat that.
We're talking about everything else held constant on Earth. We're talking about not specific strange situations where things are affected by other forces. You know, when you pick something up and drop it, when you let something go inside of a medium. We're talking about that. So let's hear your gotcha.
How did you get one sphere inside another sphere?
It's irrelevant. This is a situation. I'm setting up a thought experiment. It doesn't matter how I've done this. The point is, I'm asking you to consider this as a scenario. And then
That's irrelevant, is it?
What is going to happen to the mercury inside the middle sphere when I break it?
So tell us the fucking answer, Rumpus. What's going to happen?
But you seem to think there's some other factors, and the relative density people, you now seem to be saying there are other things I need to know. But that means
do you think when we're talking about relative density, we're talking about a sphere suspended inside ice? Is that what Rumpus? That we're
nothing to happen.
I want to know what you need to know about the scenario.
Just the temperature. That's all I need is the temperature, bro. That's all I need.
Listen, I can't make a decision unless I can see if
picture. What are we looking at? Are we seeing? Are you showing us
My stream, Travis.
All I
Rumpus,
see
it's not
is
showing,
the.
Rumpus.
It's not showing, bro. Yeah.
Rumpus, it's was here, mate. I've got a point.
I see it.
I can't wait to hear you break the spear, though.
I want to know what's going to happen when I try and ride this unicorn.
Right. So the point is that I'm there to get the relative density.
You are not showing anything.
He is. I'm watching it. He's showing something.
Okay, wait, Brandon. Okay, so I'm going to click to yours. On yours, I see medium density. On Rumpus,
that's it. That's mine.
I'm watching his
Rumpus,
though,
what
Travis.
About charge in the water?
Oh, okay. Listen, okay. I thought that was like the Earth and atmosphere or shit. I didn't know what that was. Okay.
Oh my God, I've been describing this for the last 10 minutes. Right. Let me go over it again for people who are not.
No, please don't. Just get to the punchline.
Makes sense.
Get to the punchline.
Really quickly. Right. So I'm getting to the punchline very quickly. So the point is, I've described a scenario in which I have two liquids. Please be quiet, Brian.
You're repeating yourself.
Two liquids. I know, but I just want to quickly. It's only take 10 seconds.
All right.
So I've got two spheres, one inside the other, one with mercury in it, and the other one with water in it. And I want to know from these people who advocate that the only thing that accounts for the direction that things move is the relative density. And I provided that. I said that the inner density.
You're let him finish, guys. Please don't talk over each other. I'm going to talk over you guys, though. You're steel manning, Rumpus. Is that what you're doing? You're steel manning us?
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to get people to understand that the people who make the claim that they can account for the movement by just
Listen, I have something to say.
Nothing else.
We're dragging it out. We're helping him drag it out.
Listen to me real quick. Listen, Brandon, please listen to me. I will super chat you something else besides this, okay? Listen. Okay, look. We have a two-dimensional image that is not a video. And he's asking us, what's going to happen? Shush. What's going to happen when?
Yeah.
Let's say I was the okay. Let's say I was the only person here and I said X is going to happen or whatever. What the fuck is he going to show me next to prove?
I'm going to ask you what's going to happen, and I'm going to then ask you after.
Nothing.
Listen to me.
I'll answer,
listen.
Rumpus.
You're showing us.
Stop,
Rumpus. You didn't even get the joke, man. You're showing us a fucking cartoon.
Yes.
What are you going to show us?
What you think will happen, and then we'll all discuss.
Nothing.
It doesn't. Okay, stop. Everybody, shut up. It doesn't.
You shut up.
Shut up.
You shut up. You're not adding anything here, Travis.
It doesn't. Listen.
I want to answer, Rumpus.
Can we just get this over with, please?
I'm gonna mute him. I'm gonna mute him. Okay, listen.
Can I answer?
No, stop. Listen.
No, Travis, you took over, man. Come on, chill.
Hold on. Listen.
But you always want to talk, bro. Come on, chill.
Okay, just wait. I'll be done. You're dragging it out. When he says, look at this cartoon that's not doing anything and tell me what's going to happen when X happens. And then I say, oh, I think this. And then he shows me a cartoon. He hasn't proven anything, people.
Yeah, I'm willing to play ball, Travis. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I want to answer him.
Right, so here we go.
So, Rumpus,
this is called
that
a thought
experiment.
Oh
my God.
Travis, this is called a thought experiment. Let him do it. Let him do it.
I know.
Let's just see the
charge in the water,
for
Rumpus?
Pete's sake.
All right, Rumpus. With the information that you're giving us, when you break that thing, nothing is going to happen.
Okay, so we've got someone who says...
I've got another one as well, please.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, Rumpus, if you leave me off to do it.
Your mic is really low still,
anyone
Brian.
hear me?
No, it's you're really low.
Turn it up full. It's the same as I speak on Nathan, same as I speak
you sound like you're
anytime.
speaking through a couch cushion or something.
Just exactly
Get out of the couch,
Look,
Brian.
Forget about
You've got to see how you can break the inner sphere without touching the outer sphere.
It's a thought experiment, Brian. Please try and play along here. Stop coming up with absolutely irrelevant trivia.
So this ain't real then? Sorry.
What are the densities? What are the densities? Rumpus, what are the densities of both of the liquids?
Hey, Brandon,
Jesus
that was
Christ,
going to be a
Jeremy.
One's
good
water
mention.
and one's
I've
mercury.
told you about 5 times. The inner one has got mercury in it, and I've got the words density B is greater than A, and the density of the water is less than B. So
All right,
we've got a dense liquid in the middle, and we've got a less dense liquid around it. I mean,
First of all, all right, stop. First of all, I don't know why it's in.
Christ.
Hold on, Rumpus. First of all, I don't know why it's in a fucking sphere.
It's the test you're thinking and what you think will happen.
Hold on, I'm not done talking.
Jesus
Rumpus.
Christ!
Can I finish?
Flipping moron!
Well, when you break the glass, both of the liquids are gonna fucking fall down. Right? Is this in a vacuum or an air or what?
Right. So Jeremy, just understand what you're saying. When you say you think when I break this liquid, this outer shell here, you think where would you like me to draw an arrow of what's going to happen to the mercury?
I don't know which way is
You're
the
wrong,
ground.
Jeremy.
Which
Jeremy,
way is
you're
the ground?
wrong. You don't have an alignment. Why is it gonna go down?
I need to know which way the ground is.
Why?
That's why I
That's
asked for
not what I'm
location.
asking him.
That's what I asked
So,
for
like,
location.
That's what I'm asking him. We need more information. My God, people, with that shit, you have no.
You're asking.
You have
for
no
more
information with that.
Please, Silent. Can you please let me finish? You're
to know
asking
which
for
way the
more
ground is,
information.
Guys,
You're asking now.
You guys are dumb,
Brandon.
Let him finish. Listen, guys,
Brandon,
this isn't an
mute
exam.
everybody.
We're
Let
not
him
getting
finish
graded.
this.
Just
For
let
God,
him fucking finish, please.
let him finish.
Right. So if people are asking me for where things like the ground are, that's more information than relative density. So that means
it
they're
was gonna
already
be a really
asking me
big
for
super
more
chat.
information than they claim that's needed. They're claiming the only thing they need to know is relative density. I've told you what that is. So I would like to. So we've got Jeremy hasn't quite said what it was. I've had 2 people saying that nothing would happen. Would anybody like to volunteer when I remove this shell here and I do this? And then that mercury's just sitting there, and I haven't. What's going to mercury do?
Rumpus, I've got another one for you. If you want to go for it, please.
Quickly.
Whether the system's in free fall or not.
Well, that's more information than relative density, isn't it?
Yes,
Well, relative density.
Hey, Rumpus,
I've got an answer.
Rumpus, let me ask you a question really quick. Are we looking at this top down or are we looking at it frontwards? In other words, is that cone, is the mercury ball, is that sitting on that cone or something? Is that what's propping it up?
The cone is just holding it in place relative. You can pick any aspect ratio, any view you happen to feel happy with. The
Okay, all right.
cone here is just holding it against the container. It's just holding as a way of holding it stationary. That's all this cone is. It's not indicative of any direction or anything. It's just simply indicating that there's something on the outside of the container holding the middle one in place prior to me breaking the shell of the inner container. Now,
Okay, so I'm going to predict what's going to happen. The mercury is going to drop to the bottom.
Bottom of what? Where should I draw that arrow? So I've got, here's an arrow.
That's why I asked which way the ground was.
Well, that's
Amazing.
more information. That's more information than relative density, isn't it? You've just
It's not relative density.
No,
Steve.
you're not thinking.
Hold
It's
on,
not
there's
cone.
one point there.
Amazing.
If the
Jesus
cone-
Christ, can I finish my point?
If
Jeremy
the cone is holding it up,
oh, Jesus.
if the cone is
Jeremy
holding
has
it
just
up,
said he wants to know where the ground is, but that's got
yeah,
nothing
because
to do with
relative
density.
If
you're
relative density states,
hold on, I'm nearly there.
if the cone is holding it
shout
up,
out to
then
Silent.
straight
Guys,
down the middle
please
of the
let
cone
him
is
talk. Can you guys let him finish, please?
Right. Nearly 5
Random.
seconds. 5 seconds.
He needs to finish
The
this shit, bro.
relative
He needs to
density
finish.
people claim
People's
that
getting
It's not
agitated.
helping. Everybody be quiet. Let him
they can
finish.
work
Rumpus,
out
you got
the
a minute.
direction. The relative, people who believe in relative density say that I just need to know the relative density, nothing else.
Yes, because relative density states that the more dense object will go down.
Right. So, okay. So,
Rumpus, I've got an answer. I've got an answer, Rumpus.
Down, Rumpus. Obviously, we need to know that.
I've got an answer, Rumpus.
You need to know what?
Wait a second.
Which way's down, Rumpus? He
We
needs to know
obviously
which
need
way's
to know
down.
which way's down. since
Y'all let
relative
Jeremy
density
represent
states-
us.
Holy
That's
shit,
not
guys.
part of the
It's how
relative
his
density
relative
argument. When
density
we
works.
ask you, when we
Denser
ask
things go
people
down.
who
I
say,
told you it was a really big super chat.
I have got an answer, Rumpus.
okay, let me just finish this point. People say that the only thing they need to know is the relative density
You've
between
said that
two
10
objects.
times.
I know, but I'm getting loads of stupid questions about people saying, well, now where's the ground?
Goes.
Right, I'm going to give the answer because I just
No,
felt
no,
like
let me tell you. Let me
It was
tell
going
you.
to be a really, really big super chat. I'm just telling you.
The cone is supporting it, so down the middle of the cone must be down. You've just debunked yourself.
No, the cone could be hanging from the ceiling.
It doesn't matter where the cone is. It could be on the side and holding it.
It's holding it up.
Exactly.
This is the best they have. This is the best they have.
Right. So here we go.
Relative density.
The
How
point
can you
is
guys
that-
not see the
Can I have 1
trick?
minute
It was
with
going to be a
Rumpus?
really big super chat. I'm just telling
My
you.
I
God.
don't believe you.
The
Can I get 1
point
minute
is,
with Rumpus, please,
there
guys?
are people who think that the only thing they need to know is relative density, okay? And I'm now going to give the answer. I suspect that most people are going to say, well, the mercury is denser, and therefore it will go down. But what happens in this situation, where the Earth is to the right? It will go that way, which means...
Oh my fucking God, please
You're
make
going
it
back on
stop.
mute, Rumpus.
Oh my God, come on,
Thank
stop
you for that,
this.
Rumpus. Appreciate it.
Brandon, can I say something now, please? Please.
Yes.
You see the problem? You see the problem? He wasn't giving us information that we needed, and then to trick us to say something, and then at that point he could say anything and trick us, change, like
he didn't trick us, Silent Zero. I knew what he was doing the whole time.
Every single one of you say
no, Silent Zero. That's why I said everything else held constant. Of course, when we're talking about relative density, we're talking about on Earth. That's assumed when we're talking about it.
The Earth is.
Rumpus, if that is true, wouldn't all the land masses be at the equator?
Why you guys interrupt me like this?
Are you
Yeah,
kidding
but you
me?
already asked what way was down, so you had that. You had to eliminate that. You already asked which way was down, so he couldn't apply the Earth.
That's why I said location, because if it's anywhere but the Earth, we're talking about a wholly different thing. What are we talking about space for?
This is the nonsense that they are absolutely brainwashed with.
Listen, relative density states
Complete utter nonsense. And they believe
relative
it.
density.
That's the thing.
Relative density states that. Jesus Christ!
So you
guys.
agree
Relative
that it
density
requires
states
an
that.
outside force.
What's that, Bob?
I don't know why Rumpus was.
So you agree that it requires an outside force. You need to know what direction is down.
No, that has nothing to do with it. No.
We need to know which way is down because
we need to know the
relative
alignment.
density- Can I have a minute?
Wait, everybody quiet for just a second.
Yeah.
Bob, the what?
Actually, Bob, you interrupted Jeremy. Jeremy, go ahead, and then we'll go to you, Bob.
All right, I'll see you later then. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Sorry you don't get top billing, Bob.
Oh, no, please don't go, Bob.
Oh,
Bob, the what?
We had our chance, and then Bob left. We would have learned so much. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Shout out to Bob, the pseudoscience guy. Now, everyone, shut the fuck up for a second, please. All right, relative density states that the more dense object, if the object is more dense than the medium, it goes down. So obviously, in Rumpus's stupid ass fucking scam picture, cartoon shit, we need to know which way fucking down is.
Can I not Jeremy. All you know is what the density alignment on whatever place.
Oh, you're roboting.
I thought that was me.
No. Yeah. We can't hear you, Silent Zero. Drop out and come back in.
Probably not a bad thing.
Woo!
Roboting is probably not a bad thing.
Rumpus put that on his list, though. He put location.
Come on, Kosho. That was a cheap trick, right? We knew what the answer was going to be. It's in space. Oh, you're all wrong. It can't be relative density because the sphere's in space.
Hey, my answer would have worked anyway, guys, because I asked for temperature, and if it was in his space, it would have been frozen, and it wouldn't have went nowhere. Just like I said, the temperature, but it wouldn't have worked in every circumstance. But yeah, it was a trick, dude. It was
It wouldn't have been frozen,
trick.
and that wasn't his point.
No, not you,
His
Bob.
point was-
I wasn't talking to you, Bob. I was talking to Bob, the science guy who stopped in.
Yeah, but that wasn't his point, though. His point wasn't.
Yeah, me either.
To try to do a gotcha. His point was to see what all information you needed. So it's true that you would need to know the location. It's true that you would need to know.
All you need is the alignment of the materials. The Earth itself It's a density tower.
Where did 15 degrees Bob go?
I wasn't talking
you
to
hear
Bob
what
when
I
I said Bob.
say, Brandon?
I wasn't talking to Bob when I said Bob the pseudoscience.
That's
guy,
just
for
what.
the
That's
record.
indiscriminate, Ed. It's a made up. You could have called it. You could have called it zigzag degrees.
Yeah,
It's
but you definitely-
zigzag. It's
you
zigzag
definitely need to know
degrees.
the
Hold on.
location.
It's zigzag degrees per Evans Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon.
A 15 degree per hour drift.
You
Thanks,
could have
Bob.
called it anything. It's an observation, you fuck.
Yeah,
you
it's
could have called it
15 degree per hour
anything.
drift.
No,
Well, Bob has
you
evidence that it deviates from 15
You
degrees
could have
per
called
hour.
it
Don't get
anything.
mad, Travis. Relax.
You
Bob
could
has
have called
evidence
it
that
anything.
Why
Bob
are you
has
mad,
evidence
though?
that it deviates from 15 degrees an hour, so
Because
that
you're
destroys
a
your
fuck.
notion. That destroys your notion that it's Earth rotation.
If he had that image, if Rumpus had that image in space, he had a container around it. And when he broke the container, shit came out.
Listen, we're done with the Rumpus thing's over with. He's an idiot.
Yeah, guys.
No, I mean he was. You guys have to. You guys muted him before he could make his point. and
Are
I
you
think that-
joking, Kosho? Are you
No, I'm saying
fucking
I'm
kidding me right now?
times.
You guys are missing his
He
point.
repeated
His
himself
point was-
10 times and then got to the punchline that half of us knew was coming.
No, that wasn't his punchline though. The punchline
was.
wasn't to say, "Hey, you guys are fooled." The punchline was to show you that these things that you said you would need to know. Some people said some things, other people said other things. It's true that you would need a longer list than just the relative density.
Do you
All I
suppose
need
that
to
we
know
don't
is the
know that?
density.
That we're just like, oh, relative density, and that's all we think you need to know? Is
All
that
you
what
need to
you're
know
saying?
is like the
Do we have
container
to say
wasn't
that every
part
time
of
we
it.
talk about it? At this temperature, at this pressure, at this blah, 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 at this location on Earth, relative. Come on, man. It's assumed. It's assumed as part of it.
I didn't assume it.
Well,
That's
that
why
was your
if
mistake.
I would have asked him, I would have said, "Is it on Earth?" I was assuming it was in space.
I did.
If he told me the densities of the objects and where down was, I could have told him what would have happened.
Of course.
It's simple.
We're talking about Earth. We're not talking about fantasy space land.
One of you guys said location. He put location on the list. so-
That was me.
Yeah, we
So, I mean,
need to
that-
know the location so we know which way down is.
So if he were to ask you again, what piece of information, knowing that you need to name every possible thing, you would include location in, right? Yeah.
And you know which way down is and what the substances are. If it's a solid, a liquid.
Do you think we're talking about Mars or some other place that you guys dream up? No, we're talking about Earth.
Yeah, instead of that, Kosho, just tell us anything that ever breaks the laws of relative density.
I don't know, what are the laws of relative density?
You don't even know what
If
they
an
are.
object is more dense than the medium, okay. If an object is more dense than the medium, than the medium it's in, it'll go down. If it's less dense, it'll go up.
It will go down based on the alignment that we know on Earth.
Right.
That's the key thing. We have an
Does
alignment
anything
in the
affect that
Earth.
law, Jeremy?
But we
There's
always say
certain
that,
things are
Silent
at
Zero.
our
We
ground
always say
level.
that. It's assumed. We know we're talking about Earth, right?
Yeah, we just need to know which way the ground is.
People seem to not understand. They think that when we're talking about density is like in a void or something.
Okay. Let's say it's on Earth then. Let's say it's on Earth and you were just in a, what do you call that? Like a balloon or something like that. And it was in a fish tank. So it's a black fish tank and it's been falling this whole time. And when you break it, it's going to be broken while it's falling. That's a totally different scenario. It'd be like if it was in the vacuum of space.
What if Kate Upton was my girlfriend and Justin Verlander was really pissed off? And what are you making up all these crazy scenarios for? It doesn't.
Vacuum
space. What?
Because
What are you
it's important. It's important to know where the force is coming from. It's important to know that there's a force there. There's not a force.
May the force
What are
be
you
with
talking
you.
about?
For Star Wars? Yeah, so what would happen? What would happen if it was in free fall and there was no down?
If it was in free fall and there was no down and the temperatures were fine and you
Where
released
there's no down. Listen, you guys got to stop getting drunk before the show, please.
Is it just relative density? Is that the only thing? There's no other thing that will affect it?
That's all. Look, that's all we need.
Yeah, but you haven't got
you
a
give me
down.
any example. You give me an example, and I'm gonna tell you where things are gonna move. with
But
relative density.
Tell us the free fall. It's in free fall, and the same.
It's in free fall if it's here on Earth and you let it free fall.
I'll answer that very easily. Easily. So when you're in free fall, right, and the density tower gets mixed up, right? My argument is that would happen. So you're falling through the medium faster than the object naturally would because it's being powered, right? Hold on, let me finish. Because it's being powered. So that same thing would happen in any medium. The density tower, right, would become distorted. Right? Because you're falling through the medium faster than you naturally would.
Yeah, it would seek equilibrium. It would seek equilibrium. Lifting it up in the air and dropping it is taking it out of equilibrium.
I'll say so. While the free fall, if you pop the middle case or whatever, what would happen to the mercury?
Everything's going to go down.
See, the thing is, if it was in free fall, then there's no down. So you've taken away the down. Now, what happens?
We don't know. We're in La La Land at that point.
How's there no down?
The short answer was this, guys. This was the short answer. The short answer was never. The short answer to my question. Let me finish it real quick. The short answer to my question was never. Nothing ever breaks the rules of relative density disequilibrium ever.
Thank you. What I'm saying is, if you're in free fall, you won't know which way is down. Can
I answer that thing about the tower? I've been listening for a long time.
Look, you're falling through the medium faster than you naturally would, so it reverses those mediums, right, back the other way.
Mm-hmm.
It distorts.
What?
They're trying to find their. You're going through the medium faster than it naturally would fall.
I got you.
Yeah, zero G ain't free falling. Zero G is us sitting equilibrium. Everything in equilibrium is zero G, not free falling zero G. That infers a void out there. No firmament and a void, however you want to look at it.
But yeah, if what would happen is you would break that inner case, and the mercury wouldn't do anything special. It wouldn't go any specific direction.
In a void.
Yeah, because there's no down in free fall. Exactly.
Yeah, it would probably sit there in the middle. Still.
It is doing something. It's already falling. You can't have something falling at its terminal velocity within the medium it's in, and then say, "Look, nothing's happening to it. It's already falling."
It's not going to be falling at terminal velocity. Let's just say it's in a vacuum falling. So there's no terminal velocity. It's continuously accelerating.
Oh yeah, it's falling.
Yeah, but what would it do in reference to the outer case of the water, which is like I said,
they would all fall at the same speed, right?
So why'd they change it all to density?
They're all falling together. That's right.
Yeah, it all falls at the same speed, the speed of the medium, right?
Because there's no drag.
But the question would be, actually, I would have a question. That is a good question, actually. Is the thing in the middle falling with inside the ball while it's falling?
And that's
a container within a container.
Yeah, a container within a container. It is. You answer me that, Kosho. If I drop
the answer is
it all falls at the same speed, right?
But it wouldn't go any direction.
Why are we having a
sit there in the
conversation with this troll?
Because we entertain trolls a lot because it's fun sometimes. But anyway, so what's your answer, Kosho?
It would sit there in the middle. If there wasn't a terminal velocity, it was like falling in a vacuum. Let's just say it's some infinite vacuum or something like that.
Yeah.
If it was falling down, the whole time when there's no terminal velocity, it would just sit there in the middle.
Right, because it's all falling at the speed that everything falls in a vacuum.
Well, because there's no downward force in reference to those objects. Like,
are you saying that the ball in the middle
doesn't know which way it's going?
Or wouldn't go up?
Wouldn't go up, wouldn't go down, wouldn't go sideways. It would just more or less stay in the center.
Why?
Because that's where it's at. There's nothing to influence it to do anything else.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to see an experiment on that one. That's an interesting one. But
no. Listen. You missed it.
What?
It doesn't know which way it's going. It has to know which way to fall.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Things only fall.
Yeah. So you need to know You need to know where the ground is, because the ground is what's causing it to have that bias.
Exactly.
You know,
It's called gravity.
No.
okay.
Don't talk over me, please.
No,
I don't.
Paige. Holy shit. Amazing.
Oh,
Go ahead, Paige.
Yeah, what you're saying.
Why are you guys interrupting
what
Paige?
you're saying,
Let her talk.
it needs a down. It needs a down. It definitely needs a down to sort itself out. If it doesn't have a down, then it doesn't know what to do.
I agree with you. And that down is called gravity.
Oh, okay, I'm.
What the
Go ahead,
fuck?
Paige.
I just unmuted you.
All you need to know is the density alignment of the fucking materials. Holy shit.
Where's the
It's not hard.
If that's all you needed to know, you would be able to tell him which direction without knowing where the ground is. The fact you need to know where the ground is proving
What?
that it's
Proving
not
what?
just
Is the ground-
because otherwise you'd be able to just, give a vector and a magnitude without knowing
Hey.
anything else.
Why? Why would you be able to do that?
Where's the down come from?
Because the
down
ground
from?
is what's saying, okay, come to me.
Why?
The ground is saying something to the ball?
Because it's a negative.
How and why is the
They're
ground saying
two
that?
Gaussian surfaces. It's pulling. There is a downward bias. There is.
No, it's not, Paige. No, it's not. There is no
Then
evidence
why do you need to know where the ground
There
is?
is no evidence to support that the ground is a negative and the sky is a positive.
Thank you, ground
That
is the
incorrect.
most
What?
densest thing.
That is
You've got to
incorrect.
be. We
That is
ground
a claim.
ourselves.
Brandon,
We ground
are you gonna let me
things.
speak?
Are you kidding me?
The
Yeah,
ground is not a
Paige
negative.
was
the sky
speaking
is not
before
a
you, I think.
positive. That is not. That is not.
But
that
I
is
want to
not correct.
answer Paige where
I don't know
she's
if anyone
wrong.
can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sound
but that's
check.
incorrect, Brandon.
I couldn't. Somebody else was talking over him.
It's her, right?
You're
The
roboting.
ground-
No, you're roboting now.
My God, now I'm roboting. See, that's why I want to speak. My
Sorry. Okay,
All
guys.
I'm
On that
saying is,
note,
if relative density disequilibrium was all you needed, you wouldn't need to know where the ground is.
I disagree.
Because
I
it
don't know where
wouldn't
you came
matter,
up with
'cause
that
you-
rule.
No,
Where did you come up with that rule?
relative density.
Because you would know which way they go down by how dense they are to each other.
No.
No,
The fact that
relative
you
density
cannot-
states. Hold on a second.
There's no
Relative
density in a
states that.
vacuum.
Hold on, James. Relative density
Exactly.
says that.
That's what I'm saying.
Relative density.
All right, guys. Well, I don't think that we're going to figure this out, so I'm going to go ahead and read these last couple super chats and shut down the show, I think. Unless you guys want to just let me let it keep going, let me know. If you want me to let it keep going, type 1. If I should end it, type 2. I'll give it a few seconds here. Cleary, Rumpus versus Brian Leakey, troll versus troll. Thank you, Cleary. Appreciate the super chat. Esteban, Travis, how does Etherban work? A diagram will do. I'll ask him that when we go back in and let him know that you're looking for it. I think he does have diagrams. Have you checked out the videos on his channel? Check out the videos on his channel. He does have some diagrams. Okay, I've got 1-1. Data. What's up, Data? Oh, what a crazy night. Holy shit. Oh. I think it's good that I have a couple days off because I don't want to die young. And I think I need to chill out for a couple days. All right, I see a lot of ones. I'll keep it going. I'm going to keep it open. Cool, guys.
Yeah, what's
My
your
point
Good
is
question,
the
Brian.
medium of the vacuum, because a vacuum
Yeah,
is
that
a
was a
medium.
good point.
The vacuum is a medium. Yeah,
And
the
there's
vacuum
no
is a medium.
density in it. There's no
Yeah, the
density
vacuum
in
is
it.
a medium. He's
And
right.
like everything will fall through if it's more dense, and there's no density in a vacuum. So it's going to fall through that medium
Okay,
Yeah,
what's your
it's
point?
structural support.
until it hits the container.
What is your point?
There is relative density. There's no gravity. There's no bias.
No,
There's no
look,
downward bias.
No, there's no
There
downward
is no
bias.
density in the medium of a vacuum. So
Okay,
anything
we
with
heard it.
density will fall down through.
All right, we heard it.
Exactly.
We heard it, bro.
If you have a helium balloon and you have it in gas, in air, it will go up. Now, the material the balloon is made of is more dense than the air, but because there's a concentrated amount of helium inside of it, that allows it, because the air outside the helium, outside the balloon, is more dense than the helium inside. What happens is the helium balloon then has structural support, so it's lifted up, right? Even though the balloon material is more dense than the air, the helium that's inside gives a lifting factor to it. So it's lifted up due to the gas that's denser surrounding the balloon. You put that balloon in a vacuum, it's going to fall because there's nothing in there to give it support. But if you break that balloon, then the helium or whatever gas is in the balloon, is in any balloon, right? It's just going to fill the chamber. It's not going to slow down. If you keep it at a constant temperature, it's going to keep moving at that temperature. The only thing that changes gas is temperature. Right? Gas doesn't slow down and get tired. It has elastic collisions. It doesn't slow down. It doesn't get tired. If you raise the temperature, it will move more rapid. If you bring down the temperature, it'll slow down a little bit, but it won't stop. And if you bring it down far enough, it'll just turn into a liquid. That's
exactly. That is
Sounds
perfect.
Beautiful.
Music
to my ears.
Yeah, there is no down bias. That's a complete load of rubbish. The ground has never been proven to have a negative charge. Never been proven. It's a theory that is not proven. If you look online, look past the initial search, you will find that they'll say, some will say it does have a negative charge. Then they'll say it has a neutral charge. Then they say, well, it's supposed to have a negative charge, but there's never really been proven. If the sky has a positive charge, then how come a storm can create? A storm is negative. How can a negative charge form in a positive charge?
Because all particles have a different charge and spin and all that.
Not real.
Here's the thing which I've tried to explain.
We are trying to create our own model here. So no matter what they say, this is why Globebusters are doing all these new experiments. You guys just need to have patience.
Yeah, but they're making up stories that we don't need. Paige, if you could convince me that we need it.
Need them or not.
Yes, it does.
If the firmament is there and what they call the ionosphere is doing what they say it's doing, we can use this to create our own model.
Can you prove?
They're trying to invoke an unnecessary force.
Can anyone prove to me?
I can't hear either of you because you're talking over each other. Well done.
Okay. Can anyone prove to me there's anything in the sky above 36 miles? Because after the full height that a weather balloon or one of these high altitude balloons go, after that, it's rockets to go, NASA and space rockets to go off into a sky vacuum. That's the only evidence after that.
Who cares what they say about rockets? The balloons. You're not understanding. We've got demonstrations, like Bob was saying, with the spiders and the balloons NASA uses where they have the tether.
That's not analogous to our everyday world. Spiders can do that, right? Spiders can take. There is electric charge.
Oh, you're roboting. Okay.
Am I?
No, I don't hear you.
You're not roboting.
You were for me. Sorry, try again.
No, you're not roboting. There's no downward bias, people. There is no downward bias.
Yeah.
Let's let Brian and Paige go back and forth because this is interesting. Brian, go ahead and respond.
Is that Brian Leakey or Brian Logic?
Logic.
Yeah, there's no downward bias. There is electric charge. There's electric charge everywhere, but there's no negative ground and positive sky. How could a storm be created? That storm is a negative charge. How can a negative charge exist in a positive charge? There's negative and positive everywhere. There's no.
Yeah, but some are coherent, some are incoherent. One isn't attractive. One does both, attract and repulse. I honestly don't think you guys have actually looked into this enough.
Yeah, I love you, Paige. I love you, Paige.
I looked into it before any of this stuff came out. So did Flatside used to believe this, and he looked at it. It doesn't hold up. I mean,
but I'm looking at this from purely making a new model standpoint. Like, I'm looking at this as, I don't give a fuck what the ballers say is happening. I want to be able to create my own model of the Earth. So, when I look at it that way and I make these mathematical, charge things, the ground and the sky, if I make them like that, then everything works.
Yeah, but you have, look, to demonstrate this, you have to involve outside mediation. You have to involve your own electric charge or a Van de Graaff generator and all these things. We don't have those in reality. We don't have those things in reality. There's no evidence.
Okay, so now a ruler that you measure something with, a ruler doesn't exist in reality, so now we can't measure a centimetre. What are you talking about?
It's not analogous. It's not analogous, Paige.
He's manipulating cause of the effect.
Oh. No, he's not.
Hey guys, I'm really high right now.
He is.
I'm really high.
Van de Graaff generators and stuff are false analogies. You have to prove
it's not, Brian. It's just a tool to manipulate the cause of your effect.
You have to prove the Earth has is got a constant negative.
On our way to doing that, you just have to have patience.
What? The whole claim is based
They are setting up dozens of experiments that will be coming up in the next year or so.
And are we going to have the results, Paige? Are we going to get the results from the experiments? Are we going to get the results for the experiments, or is he going to sit on them like the gyro shit?
I'm really sorry, but what does he owe you?
Well, then who gives a fuck about his experiments?
What does he owe you?
He doesn't owe us anything, but who gives a fuck about his experiments if we ain't never going to
be patient and let him get it done.
If we ain't ever going to see the results of his
he's just got to talk to other people. He doesn't have the final say in everything, okay?
Okay.
There are people above him saying, no, you can't release this yet.
Okay, Paige, if we're never going to see that. Yeah, I hear you. If we never see the results of it.
You're never going to see
it.
You just have to have patience.
Paige, you're interrupting him.
Can you let me talk, please? If we don't ever see the results of the experiments, then who gives a fuck what he does?
Huh? Exactly, Jeremy. It's like this.
Exactly.
The starting point of this claim is that the Earth has a negative charge and the sky is a positive charge. Now, that has never been validated at all. So how can you sort of...
We fought against this we have fought against this force for 6 years.
Lightning goes to the closest ground.
Sorry, say that again. I missed what you said.
Lightning goes to the closest ground.
Yeah, but that's neutral.
Well, that's...
And I never said you weren't ever going to see it. You just have to have...
You have a ground, a negative, and you have a positive.
If we had a negative... Right, okay, if the ground is negative and the sky is positive, then I should be able to make a magnet levitate.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying she's correct, but all I'm saying is,
the point,
indeed, there's a positive in the air and a negative on the ground.
Magnet should just levitate in midair.
Like quantum locking?
It should just levitate. If we have a negative charge in the ground, if the ground is constantly negative and the sky is constantly positive, then either way it's going to magnet.
We can make things float.
Yeah, but not in reality. I want to take a magnet now. If I hold a magnet in my hand and I didn't force it.
Because you're yelling, your mic is
Yeah, he's got really, you're not coming across. I can't hear what you're saying. Settle down.
If I take a magnet right now in my hand and I hold it out and I leave it go, what's going to happen?
It's going to fall through the medium of air.
Yeah, if the ground was a negative,
medium of air.
Yeah, it's going to fall.
Oh, stop! I can't hear Brian when.
Yeah, if that's my point, it's not going to levitate because there isn't. It's never been validated that the ground is a negative and the sky is the ground is a constant negative. And
when you drop a battery, it's not charged. It's not like. Hold on, you got to connect the positive and negative, right? If you put the battery. If you'll drain the battery if you put it on the ground, you'll drain the battery.
Yeah, battery works. Yeah, okay. But batteries will drain anyway. You put them.
I was back to differ whether there's positive and negative.
Yeah.
In the atmosphere, we all know that the ground is negative and the lightning is positive because the charge goes from the ground to the sky.
And if you have a positive and they're both touching, it will drain.
But I'll say it again. If I have a magnet and I leave it go, is it going to levitate? So technically,
No, it's
it
not
doesn't
going to
matter what way you
levitate. It's
turn that
going to
magnet.
fall through the medium it's in
Well, there
or
isn't
rise, depending on the medium.
Yeah, exactly. So there isn't a constant negative charge in the ground and a constant positive charge in the sky then.
If you drop a battery in mercury, I don't know the chemical reaction, but the densities, the battery will rise. Like if you submerged it in mercury and dropped it, it'll rise.
You can do the same with an anvil, yeah. But
let me say something real quick. Let me say something real quick, Brian. We have fought for 6 years to get rid of this damn force of gravity. Okay, and there's only a couple people in the trenches that hang on to it. Where in the trenches they won't even bring up gravity because we've shut it down. We have shut it down, and we have demonstrated that everything follows the rules of absolute our relative density equilibrium, and that's all we need here on Earth. We've even had top ballers like George agree with us that is if we're not on the moon or off planet, that we don't need that. We don't need the formulas. It just follows the formulas of weight. And then all of a sudden now the flat earthers are trying to bring up a new story for something we don't even need. It's fucking insanity, man. But I'll in all fairness, I will try and see if I can get gas to go down in a vacuum, see if I can get the balloon to get bottom heavy.
We're not making up stories. We're just trying to fit all the phenomena we see and the things we know are happening into the model. That's all.
Well, it might be playing a small part, in my opinion. It might be playing a small part, but electrostatic. Static means it's not flowing. Okay, that's the definition of static. It's up there and
you're not
it's
looking at the
static.
difference between incoherent and coherent. You're not.
So incoherent makes it non-static, makes it constant.
One
constant
is
flow into the
only
ground.
attractive. One is both attractive and repulsive. Please go and
walk
watch
outside and tell me if you think static electricity is holding you down. Honestly, I mean, you always say walk outside. You
I
told
can
me
make my hair float up using it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
But Paige, static electricity is a buildup of charge. So what Brian is saying is a buildup of charge. Static, it means it's not moving. It needs something to allow it to release. Static electricity, it often happens due to friction and the movement of an engine and different things like that. That's
Electrostatics aren't just.
Right.
You're only just looking at one
Incoherent.
thing and saying.
If you're talking about incoherent, right? Incoherent, that means potential. Just potential.
Maybe what is moving is the ether.
What does that mean?
Brian.
Sorry?
Maybe what is moving is the ether, what they call the ether.
Well, I have never seen any evidence to support that there's an ether. I've only seen claims that there's an ether, but I've never seen anything to support that there is an ether.
I've got a question for
I've seen
Paige.
claims there is, but I haven't seen anything.
For
Hang
Paige,
on,
Paige,
what
you
about-
said
what
something, and
about
I want to get a clarification from you on it.
Sure.
You said that we don't have a model, but we need a model. Why do we need this? What was it? Okay, clarify then what you said, because I want to know why we need this force to be part of our model.
Didn't you have a model, Brandon?
want to create a model. I want to.
Okay. Okay.
Because it is a fantastic tool for, explaining to people and showing people what's going on. I understand that we don't live on the model.
Right.
I understand it's a reification fallacy, not a problem. That does not negate the fact they are a really good teaching tool.
Well, why do you want this outside force to be part of your model? Why is that a necessary piece?
I don't necessarily want it to. I'm just accepting the fact that these forces exist. They've been measured. I can't deny it. So now I'm trying to just fit that into my model and go, okay, what could be causing that? Okay, well, what could be causing it is if the ground's negative, the sky's the positive, your firmament, your two Gaussian surfaces, you've got your jump up in the air, more charge, you get pulled back down. Yep, okay, that all works in an FE model, not a problem.
But we don't need any of that to do the calculations or explain any of the phenomena. Or
okay,
we don't need
if you don't think so, that's fine. But I am going to stick with it.
Which phenomena and what do you need that outside force to explain in your model?
She's just renaming gravity.
Well, hold on, I'm asking her a question. Let her answer. What phenomena Do you need that outside force in order to explain, or what do you need it to calculate?
What do I need it to calculate?
Yeah, what's its utility within your model?
It's
Why
the
is
opposite.
this outside force being inserted in your model? It must serve
Well,
some
like
purpose.
these stupid claims the ballers make about things weighing different because of the spin of the Earth. It's not because of the spin of the Earth at all. Like these are the things that get explained by.
No.
Go ahead. Please let her answer. Answer. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, so to explain away the explanations that they have, or to explain those observations in a different way?
To explain the observations in an FE model.
But we can do that already. We don't need a force to do that. That's my point. I mean, just think about it, Paige.
Well, see, that's where the argument
shouldn't be
is, because I
bringing in
don't
anything
agree that what's
there's not a
happening in that
necessity
gravity
for.
meter. See, that's where I don't agree. I don't agree that that little ball being timed, being dropped, in different places, or sometimes even in the same place, being a different acceleration. I just personally cannot see how just the density alone is doing
Paige,
that.
can I ask you a question about this real quick, Brandon? Is it okay?
That was the answer I was looking for. Is so you think that force is needed to as the cause for that phenomena that you have observed of the ball in the gravimeter falling at different rates in different locations?
Yeah, I believe that there is a force there. Yeah.
All right. Well, I won't talk about that anymore because I need to look into it and read up on it myself. But I'd be curious what the experimental evidence is to support that. God damn, guys!
More than that. Brandon, can you explain
I have a question.
I had 4 or 5 people interrupt me. Go ahead.
Can you explain how this gravimeter works?
Shit falls down. Nobody knows more than that. Why even pretend like you did?
How does a gravimeter work?
Yes, exactly, Brian.
Because to me, it sounds like it's just measuring its feet per second.
I explained it before.
Okay, listen, hold on, listen. I didn't know. I was going to wait for Brandon to talk.
Do you want to know how the gravimeter works or not?
Yes, please do explain to me.
And then I have a question.
I've not got a clue.
You're really robot-y. I didn't get the last bit, but the one I'm talking about it's got a little vacuum chamber with a ball bearing in it that falls at like 10 inches or whatever of the vacuum, however long it is. Little atomic clock that records how long it takes, and in different places, and sometimes even in the same place, that little ball drops at a different rate. Now, you're going to
is the vacuum
different
the same
acceleration with the same medium, the same density, but a different acceleration, then just my personal, it doesn't matter. If you don't want to believe, that's fine. But my personal opinion is there must be a force there.
Acting upon it.
Is the
a little bit on gravity?
Is the vacuum at the same pressure, Paige, in all those instances?
Yeah, that's one of the things.
I would say so, because it never changes. The machine is made and it just remains the same. Nothing gets changed in it.
I would like to see a test of that, because it sounds to me like all they're measuring is the feet per second.
Yeah. There's two types of
so what's causing that feet per second to change when the medium hasn't changed and the density of the ball hasn't changed?
Wait. Electrostatics.
Yes.
Could be electrostatics, but that doesn't prove that electrostatics is what's keeping us to the ground. Even if it was that.
Now you're on Bob's side with it?
See, we have to start somewhere, guys.
No. Y'all misunderstand me too much. No, I'm saying even if it was that, the reason the slight deviation of the ball falling, which I think there's other explanations there could easily be, but even if it was electrostatics, like if it's more energetic at the equator or something, that would not prove. All we need is relative density. We don't need the force. We fought for 6 years to get rid of it. Why are we bringing it back? This is crazy.
Really?
Exactly, Brian.
Even MIT will tell you that the electric forces in this realm are what dictate everything. Like they are so much stronger than any
I tell you
other.
what that's about, Paige. I know
Even mainstream has eliminated the force, guys. Even
I can't
mainstream.
hear you when
Sorry.
somebody talks over you, Brian.
Paige, what Walter Leon was saying is that what he's speaking about is not the gravity the ballers are speaking about. He's speaking about the current gravity.
Yes, I know.
Hang on, leave me finish. He's speaking about the 4D space-time, which is all based in the fourth dimension, the mathematical fourth dimension, out in space. Right? There is no force of mass attracting mass.
Oh, I can't.
Hang on.
What the fuck? You're talking about
I can't understand you, Brian. You're dropping out so
Can you
much.
draw
I can
me?
only get every second word.
I can hear him.
Can you draw that 4D?
Me too, it's clear.
Oh, must be me then.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll drop out and come back in. Hold on a
I'll
sec.
start again, Paige.
Okay.
I'll start again when you come back in. I'll give a rundown of what gravimeters are, because I researched these things before Bob
Are you an
Nodell or
Einstein
any of the
guy?
rest of them researched.
Are you like
With the
you believe in
temperature
Einstein?
around.
Oh my
My
God.
bad, Clary. Would the temperature around the gravimeter affect the pressure inside the vacuum?
Yeah, anything could affect it.
Jeremy,
Anything
think
could
about what you
affect
just
it.
asked.
What?
Pressure in the vacuum.
So wouldn't
Yeah.
it be a
Well,
better
yeah,
idea,
Lewin.
guys? Wouldn't it be a better idea to actually test these things instead of just screaming at each other and saying
Hang
you're
on.
wrong?
Let me just
Test your
clarify
claim.
Walter Lewin, right? Walter Lewin was speaking about the current gravity, which is the bending of space-time, which is all based out in four-dimensional space. There's no
With a
mass
bit of
attracting
time.
mass. Hang on, there's no mass attracting mass, right? There's no mass attracting mass since 1915.
No.
I don't know why the ballers all stick to that, right? Pardon
It's
the
an
pun,
acceleration.
but hang on, I'm not finished. Why he was speaking about electricity is because he doesn't know what the cause of things are, why things fall, because it has nothing to do with the current description
Phil
of gravity.
Mitchell's here as well now.
Well,
right? It
my
has
point.
nothing to do with the current description
That's
of
Mark
gravity.
Taylor, innit? Or Tony.
My point with the pressure thing was, they're saying things are falling at different rates now, in different locations. Is the temperature?
Yeah,
is the temperature being controlled, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I need to look into this. That's why I said I'm not going to talk about it too much anymore because I'm going to look into it. But I haven't seen any experimental evidence yet. Maybe it's out there. I don't know.
That's just what I was going to say. Where have they done these tests?
Two types of gravimeters.
There's a place in UK.
The absolute and the relative. The absolute, right? The absolute is based on 9.8 meters per second square calculation, right? And the relative is then calibrated off of that. So it's working off a calculation, not a measurement. That 9.8 meters per second squared is a calculation. So what they do then, they bring it out, and the fact that they get different readings is obvious that the thing is being affected by some kind of outside influences, air pressure, temperature, all these things. Because if I can get a different reading in my kitchen tomorrow than I can today, then that has nothing to do with anything else other than
what about
temperature,
magnetism?
pressure.
What about something?
Yeah, that makes sense, Brian. No, that makes sense.
Who knows?
That's what I'm
I know
telling
somebody
you.
said that. Somebody said that, but it's not true.
Well,
if you have a
change
gravimeter in the same location, and there wasn't like you're not above some water or you're not above some seismic thing that happened, then
Did they change the steel ball for, say, a nylon or a plastic or a concrete or other substance? Because it could be the steel that's being attracted to a magnetic force.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a steel
that
ball,
is
it
affecting
could be
it.
a prism.
I would say it's a flawed.
Electrostatics are magnetism, right? Magnetism and
we know
electric.
the Earth is covered in magnetic fields, don't we? And it could be stronger in one place than another.
All I can say is that if you guys have ideas for what else can be tested, then by all means, tell Bob, tell the guys, but don't scream at him and swear and carry on like pork chops just because, it's just a bad look.
Hang on, Paige.
Look at the density layers. That's what's governed by electricity. Density layers in the atmosphere. You can see it. It's horizontal. It's all.
Can I listen? I kind of been patient. Can I ask Paige a question?
Yeah, he's been waiting for a while, actually.
Sure, Travis.
Thanks. Okay, so is there anything besides myself that you can show me that exhibits the behavior that you're describing in terms of why things fall down? Besides myself or yourself, how would you prove to me that that was the cause?
How would I prove to you that what was the cause?
If you wanted to convince me that there was a certain electromagnetic relationship outside my body that I can't see, taste, smell, or hear, besides saying to me, jump up and down, and then I jump up and down, and then you say, well, look, there you are, you fell
Is your heart
down.
beating, Travis?
Okay.
What else can I show you?
Right.
Is your heart beating, Travis?
To use equipment to test these things. But I'm being told by Brian that I can't use a Van de Graaff generator because it doesn't exist in nature, and that's just ludicrous. It's like saying you can't use a thermometer because it doesn't. We're just measuring something. We're not.
I have a point, though. I have a point.
Sorry.
So my point is that if you wanted to convince me that the thing that was causing my connection to the ground was electromagnetic, and you said to me, well, just jump up and down. Right. And then I say,
well,
okay,
I wouldn't say that.
But when I say, what can you show me then? How can you, because otherwise all you can say is,
well, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Yeah, Travis, that's why I'm saying please have some patience, because that's what all these experiments or tests,
but there's no reason to do,
because you can't,
okay, but listen, I'm sorry.
Method a law.
Hold on. Okay, what I'm trying to say though is, I just lost my train of thought.
They're going to do the
I
test
can't
for something
prove it
that
to
they
you at
already
the
think is
moment.
there.
That's what I'm saying, that this is just my opinion at the moment. That's why I'm asking for patience to just let us do a few more things, have a little bit more proof under our belt.
Okay.
You think electricity comes from some foreign place? My God, it's
okay. Hold on. Listen.
I'm
gonna go on to what Cleary just said. Okay, this is the punchline. I can't remember what my question was. I'm a little bit high.
No worries.
So I'm worried. I want to finish my fucking point. I want to finish my fucking point. Okay, no, look. So the punchline, because I can't remember my lead into the next question, is the only thing you can show me that I am an electromagnetic reaction is to show me an other one and say I'm like that. But that's where you can't go there. You can't say I saw this in that, therefore you are doing that because of this. You can't ever show me the me part.
Yeah, we can never step outside of this realm to.
Okay, well, it does in my head. I'm high right now. Sorry, I'll stop.
To manipulate, to do an experiment with the scientific method, you literally need to remove yourself from the earth and remove yourself from any, magnetic, electrostatics, whatever.
Hey, Brandon, please send that.
But every particle has charge and spin. So literally every single little bit of matter. So even if you design a tool, that tool is made of particles that have this inherent charge and spin. So
only if you assume that there's something affecting everything like you're doing right now. Yes, if you take that as your baseline, that there's some force out there affecting everything all the time, then yes, you can never do science because you can never get outside of that. That's the same thing the ballers claim for their ball.
I do understand your point.
So I can't prove it. But that's not
good
enough.
I do. Oh, okay. I do understand your point. I'm not trying to get you guys to believe this. All I'm doing is for my own mind. If we have a firmament, if we are electromagnetic beings,
Did she just
She
cut
turns
out?
it into thoughts and. Did I cut out?
Yeah, if you didn't have
You cut out for me,
electrolytes-
Paige.
Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't hear.
If
Yeah.
you didn't have electrolytes in your blood, you would be dead. You're an
Great,
electric
we
being.
get it. We get it. You have
So,
claims to
yeah,
make.
just for me, I just think it makes sense. That's all I'm saying. I don't have the proof for you yet. I understand that. So I understand why you don't want to accept it yet. That's not a problem. That's all I'm asking for is a bit of time, a little bit of patience from our side. That's all.
Patience for what?
Yeah,
Are
there's
you
no
doing?
problem
Are
with
you
that.
doing experiments with these guys, Paige? Are you involved with what Bob's doing, or what?
Not involved, no, but I do know that they have things lined up. Yeah, but I live here in Australia. I can't do anything with them.
Oh,
I wish I could. I would if I could.
right.
The whole claim is wholly dependent on gases going down in a vacuum chamber, and that balloon, in my opinion, until it seeps out, will always be inflated. My common sense tells me
Well, why do we
that
get
that balloon will
condensation?
always be inflated.
Why do we get condensation?
There is
Because of temperatures.
videos
It's all
online.
relative. It's all equilibrium. It's all
The
equilibrium.
only way you can get dew, the only way
Coming
you can
down
get
from
dew is a container.
There's videos
A
online
container
of
and a heat source will give you dew.
I mean, I'm sure temperature and pressure and stuff has massive effects. Yeah, I don't deny that. I just, with everything in this realm being so electromagnetic, like everything, it just makes sense to me to look at it this way. That's all.
Okay, Paige, but there's videos online of helium balloons in vacuum, in homemade vacuum chambers, and they stay completely inflated. Actually, they start to expand, I think, if I remember correctly, which would make a bit of sense. Then they bust. So there's no helium, and when they break, the helium just fills the chamber. There's no gas pooling at the bottom. That doesn't happen. That's not gas behavior. The gas molecules don't decide to slow down. They don't get tired. It's only temperature changes or pressure.
Well,
So
Bob
they
claimed
do
that
get
eventually.
tired and you need to warm them up.
Bob claimed eventually to get.
Hang on. So they do slow down if you don't warm them up. So temperature is playing.
Can affect them. Yes, temperature can affect.
Yeah,
them.
right.
So what will happen is they'll just turn into a liquid eventually. But once it's a gas, as long as it stays as a gas, it'll behave as a gas. It won't stop behaving as a gas until it starts to condense and become a liquid. Gas will still.
Look, I think you guys just need to understand that we're all like all we're trying to do is learn. So if we're wrong, okay. But don't get angry at us while we're trying to work this out. We're just trying to look at things from every different way, make sure we've thought of everything,
Well, but what
I'm not
going to
lie.
was that he came in here and started making claims about what has to be, what has to exist.
No. He's saying
did,
he's like me.
times.
No, he's like me. I believe what I'm saying is true. Okay. So I say what I say with confidence because I believe, what I'm saying is correct. So he's exactly like me. He doesn't come in here telling you must believe this. He's just saying, look, this is what I'm thinking at the moment. This is the tests and shit that have made me think this. Let's talk about it. That's
right,
that's
and that's all fine. I'm not. What I'm saying is that, he came in saying it with those words. Now he might have meant it exactly as you just explained, and that's fine. That attitude is entirely fine. But the order of events was he came in, said it must exist, and when people disagreed with him, he started calling names because they wouldn't just accept it and move to the next steps.
Okay, but he did apologise for that and move on. So got to stop doing this, holding things over people's heads.
Yeah, I was glad he came back.
You got cranky, you said this, you called a name. Okay, no worries, wipe the slate clean. Let's move forward again.
My video was a little more aggressive than I thought, so I forgave him with the comments. I can dish him out. I can take him. I'm glad he came back and didn't take it personal. and that was big of them, man. But look, I'm gonna try, and I got a couple condensers. I mean, what you call pumps. I can set up a vacuum chamber and stuff. But I just know the gas is not gonna go to the bottom of the balloon. I mean,
Yeah, gas doesn't do that.
It's just not gonna do it. It's wholly dependent on that gravimeter and all that.
It's not the behavior of gas.
Yeah, we know that. That was a crazy claim he made, where the gas is eventually going to just fall to the.
Listen, if we give that up, we're taking. If we give up the gas dropping down in the bottom of the container, and we give up a force. I mean, he said force 5 times before I made a comment, and then he apologized about it, which is cool. I do the same thing to slip to the tongue, but then he said it 3 more times. I can make a video how many.
Jeremy was trying to say.
We're going to be taking 10 steps back on air pressure argument, on the force of gravity argument. I mean, we've been fighting for 6 years on this shit, and this one little argument just takes us back to the beginning, man. It's crazy.
Can I ask you something?
Let me throw this at you, right? Bob is likely to end up doing another documentary or something like that. Now, if Bob in this documentary starts stating things as facts just because they're his opinion, right? Right, and then this is shown on Netflix and Amazon Prime and God knows how many people see it, right? And then some random person who's on the baller side just comes out and says, no, that's not how gas behaves, right? Gas doesn't pool at the bottom of things and shows it. Then that straight away looks bad. Why go with something that is not real? Gas does not behave that way. It never has. It never will. It's not designed. It was never designed to do that. It's designed to do something completely different. Gas will never behave that way.
Oh no, they have the same argument he does, Brian. They say that gas goes down. I've got a debate with McToon, and he said, I asked if there was one gas molecule and we put it in a vacuum, he said it would go down. I'm like, it's a load of crap, man. They'll agree with that.
They say that to us, Brian, but they'll also state the other thing, right? If it means causing flat out an embarrassment. Do you know what I'm saying?
Think about what you guys are saying.
When it suits them. Sorry?
So think about what you guys are saying about gases not going down. Think about what H2O is. H2O is a water.
It expands, liquid. Dude. It expands.
Right. I understand. But H2O is a water molecule, and when it's not H2O, it's hydrogen and oxygen, which are just gases. Water can be in any 3 states depending on the temperature, right? But when you're talking about one water molecule by itself, one H2O by itself, it's not a solid liquid or gas.
No. What's it sitting in? It depends what it's sitting in. If it's fresh water sitting in salt water, it'll float to the top.
If it's by itself, it's a gas.
There's freshwater reservoirs in the Gulf. But
if a block of ice in a vacuum.
Water molecule on its own is a gas.
Yeah, water does have some strange behavior, so I won't argue.
Choose any other element then, because it doesn't matter.
Any gas.
Fuck your vacuum.
Especially in a vacuum, bro.
Yeah, leave out a vacuum.
Say sodium for whatever reason. Carbon's a better one. You have carbon, and whenever it's coal, you put it in a vacuum, it's going to go to the bottom. Just like you guys said, if you had
in a vacuum, what the fuck are you doing?
If you had some sort of liquid,
if it cool it down, but if you keep it at
right,
room temperature, it'll move around.
Now check this out: if you had one carbon gas molecule, what would make it any different than when it was multiple carbon atoms, put together as a solid? There's nothing different.
That's a non sequitur, man.
It's not bonded. It'll move around independently.
Do you think that I would get a vacuum easier if I evacuated it from the bottom of the container? Would it be less work if I evacuated the gas from the bottom of the chamber?
Yeah,
Brian, make a vacuum right now. Stop being lazy, bro. Come on.
I'm working on it. I'm gathering up the shit already.
Come on, Brian.
As I said, Brian, there's already video online of. I think Cody's lab and a few of these places, they have helium balloons and vacuums. So
I know. You didn't see my video at the beginning, Brian. Go to Flat Earth Test.
I missed this out.
Watch the first 4 minutes of my video on Flat Earth Test or Brian Leak, either channel. I happen to put. I'll have a
look on your channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
But for your test,
I think he linked it in the show notes at the beginning. I think.
I was going to say,
Brian's in here. That's wrong.
You need 2 pressure sensors, though.
Somebody's got.
Okay, who's doing that?
what I was going to say is in a vacuum, the gases expand even more, and nothing is, when the vacuum stops and everything, and you have it, the only change you get in energy, I mean, you don't get no change in energy when the gas seeps out. You don't get no temperature change. All you get is a change in entropy. Okay, that's it. There's no gas slowing down, running out of energy.
This conversation when you're high. This is so
that's what the change. That's what the change in entropy is going to do. Is it's going to change the temperature. So if you have energetic,
that's just it, man.
If you have
that's just it. You didn't see the thing with the bromine and the professor explaining it. It explains it that there's no energy change at all. It's just a change in entropy.
Yeah, the change in entropy is going to be a change in energy. Okay, so if you have if you have a
this is going back to the point I made earlier.
Dude, you just totally it's not me saying that.
All you're doing is doing the point that I said like 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Point. Like, I don't know why you guys keep doing that, but if you have an energetic gas, one molecule is energetic gas, and that's the reason why it's not settling on the ground, because it's so energetic that it's moving around that room still, taking up the space. It's going to lose energy over time.
That won't happen. Elastic collision.
Yeah, it will. With collision.
Unless it cool it down.
So the balloon will get
liquid.
The balloon, the top of the balloon will deflate. Is that what you're saying? The top of the balloon will deflate.
You're saying that.
No,
so you're saying the gas is going to get tired and eventually just stop moving.
No, it's not going to get tired. It's not going to get tired.
But it's eventually going to just stop moving.
Listen. You asked me a question. It's not going to get tired. What's going to happen is
Hey, shout out Dan Morris for the super chat, $4.99. Thank you, Dan. And James Richard, $20. Shout out to Brandon's. I think we need 2 minutes each to stay on topic until agreed change. Pass if want. Continue cycle. What does the panel think? Shit, I should ask that to the panel. I will.
Sorry, you're wrong.
That is the most ridiculous thing you've ever said.
All right, but if you guys say so, that's exactly what happens, though. It'll lose energy until it settles. Until it's equal.
It won't lose energy. It will keep on moving. The only thing, if you bring down the temperature, it will become a liquid eventually, depending on the gas.
It'll never become temperature. If it's a single molecule. If it's a single atom, it cannot be a different.
Well, it can. A single atom can't. A single atom can't.
It cannot.
Because a single atom can't.
Because matter are is a relationship between atoms.
But
but when you're speaking,
to me, there's no such thing as a single molecule of gas. To me, that's bullshit. You can keep.
Of course, helium doesn't bond with anything. So when you have helium, you have helium atoms.
That was really good, Brian. I like it. Can you say it again, Brian? Brian, say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, I've got to say it again because there can't be just one molecule of gas. It's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. You're not going to try and chase around that one last atom to get your perfect vacuum.
For infinity, Brian. For infinity, dude.
Yeah, when you have a balloon full of helium, each one of those helium atoms are not bonded with anything. They're all separate.
Yeah, but they're not going to lose.
I wish I was with you right now, Travis, dude. I wish I was with you.
I know. I am in another place right now.
I'm here with you, Travis.
Thank you. I feel you. I feel you, brother.
And the point of explaining it in the reference to only one atom is
it's not Tom.
By themselves. Yeah.
I think
the helium would do that indeed.
My mouth is really dry.
The helium would do what, Kosho? What would you say?
I do need to know how long it'll take to lose the energy. About how long? Nobody will even.
Depends on the initial energy.
It goes for infinity, Brian. It's infinity, bro.
Yeah, it is infinity. I know. They won't even give me a guess.
Let's pretend we got a
let me try to say something real quick.
Let's pretend we got a room
Almost
at room temperature
everything
70
of
degrees.
itself.
Hold on a second. Let's pretend we got a room temperature. Let's pretend it's room temperature 70 degrees. How long is the gas inside the container? How long before it just falls down and lays on the ground still?
I mean, lays on the ground still? It might not lay on the ground.
Isn't that what you're claiming is going to happen?
It'll settle towards the ground. It's not going to lay.
It's never going to do that.
Yeah, I never said it would do that.
It'll keep moving in accordance with the temperature.
Well, yeah, but the temperature is not going to increase at that point. It's only going to decrease.
No, it's just going to hold it solid. It's going to hold it consistent.
Why would it hold on to the energy?
The gas will.
Why would it hold on to
follow the temperature? The gas will follow the temperature.
Okay, so what
if it's losing its energy, Kosho, if it's losing its energy, how long before it loses all its energy and just falls on the ground and it's still?
It's not. It doesn't lose kinetic energy. That doesn't happen to gas
Just asking
molecules.
questions and not stopping asking questions. But yeah,
Kosho, if the gas is losing
I heard you. If you have a gas, there's no way to answer that question unless I had the exact data that you're talking about. But it doesn't matter what the time frame would be. It just matters that always it's going to be losing energy. It's always going to have some initial energy, and if you don't increase, if you don't increase,
it matters the
hold
time
on,
frame
guys,
because
hold
you
on.
need to demonstrate that it's losing its energy.
If you don't increase the temperature in that chamber and you don't add any energy, then it's going to lose energy every interaction it makes. Every single interaction.
Demonstrate
it doesn't do that.
So what happens whenever
some math?
Bob does.
What happens when it hits the wall?
It doesn't
has
lose
an
energy.
elastic collision.
It doesn't lose elastic collisions. Doesn't lose kinetic energy. It has elastic collisions. Whether it hits the wall, hits each other, it doesn't lose energy. It's got elastic collisions. There's no kinetic energy loss.
You know how elastic collisions work, Kosho?
Yeah, of course. There's nothing in the universe that doesn't impart energy onto something else whenever it comes into contact. There's nothing in the universe that does that.
Gas does that.
Gas
does that. What the fuck?
No, of course it doesn't do that. How do you think weather is? How do you think weather? How do you think tornadoes happen? Like the gases indeed do that. Whenever there's different temperature gases, they collide with one another. They impart their energy on one another. That's why it gets colder and hotter. This is not it's not like a mysterious thing.
Temperature and gas pressure go hand in hand. But gas, as long as it's a gas and not within a phase change or becoming a liquid or a plasma, it'll still behave as a gas. It will always have elastic collisions, right?
Okay.
And it won't lose any kinetic energy. That's
Brian, hold on a second. Brian, let me read something. The particles of a gas move in a straight line motion until they collide with another particle or with one of the walls of its container. Collisions between gas particles and between particles in the container walls are elastic collision. An elastic collision is one in which there is no overall loss of kinetic energy.
Yeah, okay. So there's no overall loss. You know what that means?
So you're sitting here telling me it's going to lose energy.
No, yeah, it loses it to the wall, man.
No, there is no energy loss. Did you hear what I just read?
Yeah, Jeremy, listen. You just said it has no overall loss. That means it's not going to lose it to heat or something like that. It's going to lose it.
No, it means it's not going to lose its energy. That's what it means.
It's not.
It means it's not going to lose its energy. That's what that means.
The energy doesn't get lost. It gets transferred into the wall.
It doesn't get transferred.
It does.
Elastic collisions. It doesn't lose any of its kinetic energy.
Yeah, you understand that the energy stays the same when that happens. The energy, it doesn't disappear. It just goes into the wall. It becomes it starts to equalize. That's why the entropy goes up.
It doesn't lose kinetic energy. Gas molecules don't lose kinetic energy. They have elastic collisions. They don't. Kinetic energy is lost when there's two hard things hitting something. It is an elastic collision. It bounces. It doesn't lose kinetic energy. Elastic collisions. Gas doesn't behave that way. Gas does not lose. Once you keep it at a constant temperature, it will have that same constant movement with it in accordance with the temperature. That's how gas works.
I don't understand why you guys you just read that out, Jeremy, as if that means that there's the gas itself is not going to lose the energy. The energy doesn't. It's saying that in the entire system. That means that when it has a collision with the wall, the energy is transferred.
Did you hear what I read?
Yes, exactly. It says you said the entire. You said out of the entire energy.
Does liquid lose energy?
Yeah, of course. Everything, anything, whenever something comes into a collision, when a collision occurs, the energy transfers.
Okay, here's my question about space then, the fantasy of space. When you're accelerating for the quarter-mile track, when you stomp on the gas and you get thrown in your seat, right? That's acceleration. So if you're accelerating so fast in space, instead of speed, what stops the acceleration?
Accelerating in the opposite direction.
If something nicked the earth and made it spin, right? that acceleration from where it once was to a faster one, the acceleration would just keep going. It
You
wouldn't
didn't
stay
hear what he
constant.
said, James.
That's
You
not
didn't
how
hear what he
acceleration
said.
works.
Listen to what he just said. Say it again.
You're
Say it
talking to
again.
me, or?
No, you didn't hear what he said. Listen to the shit that just came out. Say it again, Kosho. Go ahead. Say what you said.
So that's not how it works?
No, you said how it worked. Say that, James. Listen to how he says it.
I didn't say how it works. I said that's not how it works.
Okay. You said just a minute ago how it worked.
Oh, I don't think I did. I said that's not how it works. Yeah, it doesn't. Whenever a force acts on something, it's accelerating. When that force is not applied anymore.
No. Wait, no. That's what I'm talking about. You just said it's not acceleration. How did you explain it?
You just said if something.
No,
repeat the beginning of what you said. Hold on.
No. You said the opposite.
Guys,
What's the opposite of acceleration? You just said it.
That's right. He said, how do you stop something from accelerating? That's what he said, and I said
in the medium of the fantasy.
Shut up, James. Why are you talking, man? He's gonna listen to this. Say it again, Kosho. Say it again.
Yeah, when he said, how do you stop from accelerating, or how do you slow down from accelerating? And I said you accelerate the opposite direction. But what I meant is you stop applying the acceleration.
Okay, stop. Say that again. Say it again. Listen to how stupid
don't ask me
you
a question
sound.
just to talk over me when I'm talking.
No. I wanted you to.
It doesn't matter what you
yourself.
want, dude. Don't talk over me whenever you ask me to answer a question, dude.
Didn't hear the stupid shit that just came out of your mouth.
No, I just said you stop applying the force. That's how you stop from accelerating.
No, that's no. I agree with that.
I just said what I said. I corrected what I said.
No, I agree with that. What did you say before you apply force?
Yeah, he said, how do you slow down from accelerating? And I answered, I first said, because I thought he was saying something else.
No, you didn't. No, you said exactly. Oh, no.
Because he said, how do you slow down from accelerating? So I was answering how you slow down. But slowing down from if you want to stop from accelerating, you just stop applying the force.
No, yeah, or in the fantasy of space, right? Let's say the Earth was nicked. Something put it in a spinning motion. Whatever it was, the acceleration of it from where it once was, right, would have just kept increasing because nothing slows the acceleration.
No, but that's what's wrong. Is nothing slows the velocity down.
That acceleration getting faster and faster.
No, but that doesn't happen. Nothing slows the velocity down. But once you stop,
it's acceleration over speed. It's not a constant speed. Yeah, it was going a constant speed, right?
No,
and then it was hit.
If the force,
and accelerated.
If it was an instant force, if it's not
when the rocket leaves into the
once that instant force
when
is
the
done,
rocket leaves into the alleged space.
Yeah, once that force is not applied anymore,
the
acceleration does not.
It's not at a constant speed. It's accelerating.
Listen, dude.
So when it gets into space, the acceleration should just keep
I'm trying to. You keep saying that over and over again. That's not going to make it true. Okay, when you stop applying the force, the acceleration doesn't increase.
What force?
There's no more acceleration at that point.
What do you mean? There's no more acceleration? When you get thrown in your seat, when you get thrown in your seat, when you're on the drag car race, right? You're racing cars on the quarter-mile track. You get thrown in your seat, right? When you dump the gas pedal. Yeah, that's acceleration.
That's right. You're changing direction.
Speed. Hold on. Let me get to my point. Speed is when you can move in the car. You can lift your hand up. You can lean forward. Acceleration is what throws you back, right? So in space, acceleration should not be stopped.
No, listen, that's not how nothing that
you would constantly, as soon as the contact hit, you would constantly just be there.
I know. I understand. I understand what you've been saying. You don't have to even give another example.
Nothing would stop that.
I'm just telling you that's not how it works. Acceleration only applies when there's a force. When there's no force, you're going to keep going the same speed and direction that you were going before that force was applied. So you're not going to continue in the same acceleration, but you'll continue with the same velocity.
So anybody else on the panel, do you agree with him? Am I off base here? Because acceleration is different than speed.
I don't
and
think
if you're in,
so. Okay, look. So I don't think that applies, because if I the only thing that is coming to my mind right now is taking a swing at somebody. The contact is going to react. You know, there's going to be a reaction there, but there's nothing to increase after that. The increase was the contact of my fist to the face. But unless that happens over and over and over and over again and at a faster rate, nothing's going to change after that initial contact. Am I right, boys?
well, nothing's going to stop your fist either.
You're never
You won't be
right,
able to pull
Travis.
it.
Oh,
You
come
wouldn't be
on,
able to
Ed. That
pull it
was
back
gold,
to
dude.
you.
I'm high right now, man. I'm giving you guys gold tonight.
Hold on a second. When you hit me in
hang on.
space, in the face, right? When you punched me in space,
I can't speak about space, right? I'm not going to speak about space because there is no space. But if I pick up the TV remote and I leave it fall, why will it fall? Because there's no structural support for it with gas.
Yeah, that's it, bro. That's it. That's it. Done. Show's over. That was awesome.
Yeah, so you just broke Newton's first law and his third one. If you lift the remote up and you let go of it, it should stay there. There's nothing that should make it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. Wait. The question is, what evidence do you have that what you just said is true?
Newton's laws have never been
No. That's circular. No. That's circular. That's circular.
Newton's laws were proven to not be correct.
No, they haven't actually.
By quantum mechanics, they proved they were not.
I know what you're talking about.
Just derailed him. I had him on the ropes. I had him on the ropes.
Not be true.
If I hold my remote, TV remote, and I leave it go, it's right above any surface. It's going to fall. If there's only gas, if there's only gas between that and the surface, it's going to fall. There's no way out of that.
There's the three laws of motion, plus there's another law that says things.
No, that's the bullshit law.
Yeah.
There's three. Yeah, there's no. The last one. You said that there were three laws, right? Okay, stop. Yeah, you said there were three laws. Those three laws are based on physical observations. You then said, and then there's another one, but that other one was based upon only observing things that we can see on Earth. And so you then just simply extrapolate it out to what you think you can tag it onto. I said this like 10 minutes ago, boys.
Yeah, what I said was that that's not true. That the fourth law that you guys are saying things just fall down is not an actual law. So you can actually
we don't say
you don't have anything. No. You can't show. No. You can't. No. You can't show us
3 words before you cut in.
You can't show us anything that looks like that. You can only extrapolate out and say that it could happen.
No, I'm not saying anything could happen. I'm telling you the laws and how they do happen. I'm telling you that when something moves. When something moves in a direction, when something is accelerated, that means that it's changing its position or its direction or its speed.
Yeah,
that means it's accelerating. If that's happening, the force is being applied. Otherwise, that can't happen.
Oh my God, fucking A, man.
The weight of the TV remote is more than the gases can support, so it falls through the gases. But if I release a helium balloon at the same time, the helium balloon will go up to the ceiling. Because the gases can support that.
You have to support it unless there was something compelling it down.
How come there's nothing pulling down the helium balloon? Because I can leave a TV remote go at the same time in a room, that will fall to the floor, and a helium balloon will go to the ceiling at the same exact time.
That's because you're in an ocean. You're in an ocean.
What's the common denominator?
What's the point of asking the question?
I wasn't finished speaking. What's the common denominator?
Yeah. Anyway, so I was saying the reason why a balloon will go up is because you're in an ocean of air, and the air that is in the room that you're in, and on the surface level of the Earth, is much more. There's much more pressure down here than there is for the balloon to be be pulled down.
Yeah, but it's
so
not
it
just that.
displaces
How come the pressure doesn't bring up the? How come the pressure's not bringing up the TV remote up to the
because
ceiling?
it's much more dense. It's the same thing if you
Exactly.
Listen, stop talking to this troll.
If you were in an empty pool and you had a basketball and you were in the empty pool and you just dropped it in your hands, it would go down to the bottom of the empty pool, right? But if you filled the pool with water when the ball was at the bottom,
you
guys should really be listening to this.
Hold on, man.
It'll flow because there's air
incredible
inside.
conversation.
Hold on. The water would displace the balloon. I mean the ball, and so the ball will sit on top of the water. It will still be compelled downwards on top of the water.
Why are you describing what we observe? Why are you describing what we observe?
He asked me a question about being in his.
All you're doing is describing what we observe.
See, the problem you have, Kosho, right?
It's you guys, man. Like, fuck.
All you're describing is what we observe. All you're describing is what we observe. All you're doing is saying what we observe is X.
Shit. He asked me a fucking question. He asked me about a fucking remote in this room and a balloon in this room.
Okay, listen, I'm answering. Listen, simply because I'm triggering you, Kosho, because I'm shoving it in a place.
Because you guys are fucking children.
Listen, Kosho, it's okay. Take a breath. Just take a breath.
I'm not speaking with you anymore, man.
I know. I forgot the Vaseline. I forgot the Vaseline, Kosho. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All you're doing is describing what I see. I can do that. And you do that, and we both say an opposite thing. Okay, all you're describing in anything that you do, all you're doing is describing what the observation is.
Hey, can you say that again? I don't think we got that.
I'm high right now.
I agree with him, though. You got to be able to establish a cause and effect. Other than that, you're just describing what you're observing.
Yeah, and we can show the cause and effect with a scientific experiment that adheres to the scientific method. We can show the density of all matter needs structural support. The more that density of the object, substance, or gas in accordance with the medium it sits in is what causes things to take effect or upwards, downwards, or even laterally. Because things will take effect or laterally. They'll get clouds will get to a certain point and they won't go up, they won't go down, but they will spread out because that is where their density. That's where they will due to their density. That's where they will hold until they change properly into rain.
They go sideways because of the weather, because there's different.
Yeah,
pressure.
but I'm not talking about them being moved sideways. I'm talking about them not moving up and not moving down. But
why are you describing what we can see? All you did was describe what we see.
I've got a question.
Do it again.
I've got a question. So I've been thinking about this. If I take that basketball,
do it again. You do a really good job. Go ahead, say it. Say it again.
Hey, I've got a question for you guys. So if I take that basketball,
I hear it.
Into a pool, so I'm in your pool. I take the basketball and I hold it under the water. The pool's full of water with my feet. Now, what I can measure is the ball putting force upwards on my feet. And I could get a strain gauge and I could measure the force of that ball pushing up or pulling if I wanted to measure it from the bottom. So all I know is the ball is creating the force in the upward direction. I don't measure anything else. Can I measure the water pushing the ball? No. Do I see water pushing the ball? No. I measure the ball pushing.
Brandon,
the force comes from the ball.
You are blowing my mind right now.
You know what force you would measure when you did that?
Cut that out, Brandon. That was gold.
Water that was gold. That ball.
That was gold, Brandon.
That's how you
shut up, Travis.
That's because that's what's happening. Is the ball's displayed.
That's what you tell me is happening, but that's all I can measure. How do I know that that's what's happening? What you just said.
Brandon, if you're holding the ball down, it's becoming part of your mass, and so your particular buoyancy or density gradient has been changed because you're holding onto something that's not the same buoyancy as you, and there will be like an equilibrium. And if your volume and weight is lighter than the water you're in, it'll push you upwards because the water has a bias to go downwards. It's heavier than you.
That's what I've heard. That's what I understand. But my question, listen to my question carefully. I measure the force coming from the ball. The ball is where the force is. Whether
But you've
it's going
entrapped the ball
down
into
in the
your
air
body.
or whether it's going up underwater. I don't measure this other force that you guys talk about, which is essentially you're saying the water is pushing the ball up, but I can't measure that anywhere. I can only measure the ball. So where are you guys getting this idea?
Brandon, you missed my point. If you're entrapping the ball within your body, then it's become part of your body. So it's you and the ball that becomes the
Wait, Mark.
No, that's not Mark. You're missing my point. I'm not asking anything.
Wait.
Why? No. Let's clarify this.
Okay.
Why the ball is underwater or why it's not coming up? All I'm saying is, even if I wasn't pushing the ball down, right? If I just let the ball go, the only force I could measure would be coming from that ball, not the water. So where do you guys get describing this as the water pushing the ball up?
No, Brandon, it's just a pressure equalization. That's all it is. Pressure equalization. That's all it is. No, I wasn't following your question. It's just pressure equalization.
Mark, what if he's not touching the ball, Mark? Though, if he's got it in a
pressure equalization. Hold on. Why do you say pressure equalization? I don't understand what you're talking about. Pressure equalization.
The pressure the gas that's inside in the ball, right, wants to get to a position where it's equal with the pressure on the outside. In a pool, the pressure on the outside is more than the pressure on the inside. It's only the structure of the ball and the amount of gas that's in there that's keeping it there. But it's a natural thing for the air pressure want to get to an equalized or somewhat more equalized pressure.
Okay, I think we kind of agree.
Stay there.
The language you used threw me off a little bit because you said the ball wants to go somewhere, but I understand. Now, my point is the only forces I can measure in this scenario is the ball. It's coming from the ball, nowhere else.
Brandon,
from the ball.
Brandon, that's not true. What you can do is when you put the ball underwater, you can mark the water level rise. Yeah, you can extract the water level down to your mark and weigh the water, and I guarantee you it weighs the same amount as the ball.
It's not real.
Well,
anytime you have a variable.
What?
I don't know if I'm way.
This show was going so well until that guy just spoke. Who was that?
Hold on, let this guy finish talking to him, Travis.
Because it's about volume. The volume of the ball the volume of the ball will equate to how much the water will rise.
Okay.
Not the weight. Because I could have a steel ball the same size as a basketball, and that displays the same equal amount of water.
Right.
But obviously, the water that's displaced won't equal the steel ball no more than it'll equal the basketball.
Good point.
It's about displacement. Yeah, it's displacement.
Exactly. Well, you get a force.
It's just space. It's just space.
Yeah, it's just space. I don't get how that makes the ball go up. How does that create the force?
Because the water is displaced.
Brandon, can I have you?
It's pressure equalization.
So when you hold on, let me help. When you push a basketball underwater, right? The deeper it goes that you could actually get it, the faster it'll come up. But once it reaches,
not the whole time.
Hold on. Let me finish.
All right. Okay.
Let me finish, please.
It's reverse terminal.
Oh, hold on.
velocity,
I'm almost done.
Sorry, Jim. Sorry.
That's why I turned him down, man.
So once the basketball reaches the surface
you love me,
of the water,
Kosho. That's not why you turned me down.
Shut up. Once the basketball reaches the surface of the water and enters the medium of air, it quits going up.
Right.
Yeah.
So the only difference
then it goes down.
You have the same. Hold on, let me finish.
Yep.
You have the same variable, the basketball, the same exact variable, and you get two different results within two different mediums. The only thing in the experiment that was changed when the basketball reaches the surface of the water, it quits going up because it enters the medium of air the only thing that dictates what the basketball is doing
This is almost
is the
poetic.
medium.
That was
If
really
you
good.
take a submarine has a crush depth, right? All things that are pushed on the water will have. Let's say the basketball will have a bust depth. Eventually, it will bust. The deeper it goes, because the deeper you push it, the more pressure is upon it.
That's what she said.
No, what I'm saying is you're just inserting something that is not controlled, observed, varied, manipulated within the experiment. Everything else you can observe, control, manipulate. You're just inserting something.
I think we agree. I think we're agreeing, James, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, what you said sounded really good, James.
But my only point was the only force that I can measure is coming from the ball. So you guys are asserting this other stuff, like the ball's displacing the water's pushing the ball up, all these things that I can't tie to the action and to the phenomena that I'm looking at.
So are you asking why is the ball going up just by looking at the ball?
I'm looking at the entire situation and I'm saying the ball goes up in the water. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
because it's
the
less
ball goes up in the
dense.
water because it's filled with air.
Yeah, it's filled with air. It's
filled with
less
air.
dense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less dense. Yeah, less dense.
That's all I know. That's all I know. I don't need to know anything else about. Oh, it's displacing this much water and all this other shit. I don't understand why that's needed.
What?
Would
no,
you be
it's not. It's just the displacement issue. The displacement thing was just a set side thing. It wasn't to
Brendan,
do with
Mark's
the
trying to
reason
talk.
for it.
Okay.
Mark's trying to talk.
What's up, Mark?
Would you be shocked to know that like if somebody
Hold on, Kosho. Hold on, Kosho. We stepped on Mark a couple times. Mark, go ahead.
Right, Brandon. It's an axiom that two bodies cannot share the same space at the same time. And when you push a ball into water, you're forcing the two bodies to share the same space, and one has to give to the other.
That's what James said.
It has to give to the other.
Yeah, you can't share two bodies can't share the same space at the same time.
Yeah.
And if you force one body into somebody else's space, something has to give. And when you push a ball down into water, if the ball's pumped up with air, you're forcing two items to share the same space. And the less buoyant will be the one that will go upwards, because gravity holds the heavier one downwards.
But that's got nothing to do. What if you think about if you hammer a nail into a piece of wood, you just did the same exact event, but it's
But
not.
there's resistance on the nail. Come on, there's resistance on the nail when it goes into the water.
So is there when you push the ball into the
I'm
water?
arguing. I
You
get
push
his
the
point,
ball
guys.
into
I
the
get his
water.
point.
And so
I get his point, but
Okay,
what
hold
I'm
on,
saying
listen.
is the
But
the
now
medium of the ground.
Now you're taking it
The
away.
medium of the ground is what nothing else will go through.
Listen, when you push the
So
ball
his
into
point
the
is
water, there's
invalid.
resistance. There's no difference. The
medium
wood
of
is
the
resisting
ground
the.
is what everything.
And now we're going to talk about how wood reacts to iron being hard into it. We were talking about
No, it doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter what the substances are. It's the
arguments.
Listen. Okay, listen. You're pushing a ball into water is no different than my pushing a nail into wood. It's the same event.
Of course it is.
Okay, you try and hammer a ball to stay underwater. Listen, I'm
Listen, just
buoyancy
because
is strictly talking about
We're talking about mediums and variables.
yeah, the medium
With
is
the
going
hammer and
to
nail.
listen. The medium is
wood
going to
nail.
hold on, James. The medium is going to determine whether or not, or it's both. The medium and the opposite are going to determine what the reaction is.
okay.
No,
I can just.
Well,
All
I
right.
think what Travis is saying is if the nail was made out of plastic, it wouldn't go into the wood
Right, right.
So
Guys,
easy. The
buoyancy-
density differences.
Buoyancy only applies to fluid mediums.
Travis,
That's what you said.
No,
That's what
buoyancy
you
doesn't
said.
exist.
Travis, brace yourself for a shock. That was
Okay.
a total red herring. We're talking about balls in water. Not your straw.
No, we're not talking. No. Listen, that's the part. We're not talking about balls in water. We're talking about a substance into a substance. It doesn't matter what it is. If I can listen, if I can't nail a piece of lead. Okay, hold on. Listen, if I have a lead shaft and I try to drive it in, listen. If I had a lead shaft and I try to drive it into something, why are you interrupting me? I'm not trying to be rude. I've now tried to say this like 4 times. If I try to drive a lead nail into something more dense, that's the same thing as a ball being tried to. If you're trying to push a ball through the frozen lake instead of the one in the spring.
Yeah, that's just like hammering a straw man into a sponge cake. Listen, we're talking about balls in water here.
No, we're talking about a substance penetrating another substance.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about. Variables with
Total red herring. Total red herring, that is.
Well, I'm high right now, and I think that I'm making sense.
Okay.
You have to understand, buoyancy is the only time about fluid mediums.
Okay.
No, that's your bullshit science. Who says that? Who says I should believe you? What you just said right now?
You don't have to believe me, man. I'm just honestly
that is
somebody who doesn't know
your
that.
opinion, man.
Don't care to know more than know what you know, man.
Well, that's just your opinion, man.
So the reason why the basketball doesn't keep going up after it gets the surface of water and enters the medium of air, the reason why it don't keep going up is because there's air in the basketball, but you still have the matter of the basketball.
I know why it doesn't keep going up. I understand that. But the point is, you're not measuring a force anywhere else but from the ball, right? Can you measure this force that you guys are saying displaces stuff? Or, I mean, pushes it up out of the water?
The volume just displaces things. The only reason that ball won't stay down is due to density. That's made of steel, it'll stay down. You make that ball same exact size steel, it'll stay down.
If you instead of a person holding it down, if you had like a scale upside down, so you could measure the amount of force that ball was pushing up, would you be surprised that I could predict the amount of force that it would be applying onto that scale? Because it wouldn't be difficult to determine. I think it would be the equivalent of that amount of volume of water.
It wouldn't be kosher because
the weight of that
it wouldn't be, because if you make that ball out of steel, it will still be displacing the same. If you make that ball of the exact same dimensions but make it out of steel instead of making it as a normal basketball, it'll be displacing the same exact amount of water. Its volume is what displaces the water.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be
compelled.
compelled.
But there won't be any upward push.
Yeah.
There won't be any upward push on the steel ball. It'll just be a downward.
The water wouldn't be trying to displace it. The water only tries to displace less dense things because it's heavier.
Yeah, but
why are you describing what we see? You just keep describing our observations. Why do you just do that?
Wouldn't that just come down to density of you just compare the density then, Kosho? That's what you're essentially saying is the steel is more dense and the basketball is less dense. That's why one goes up and one goes down.
It took like 3 years to
say that. They both are compelled down. Just like the basketball when it's in the pool, they're both compelled downward. The basketball is just being displaced by the water.
No,
but
they're
still
not. That's my point. The basketball never goes downwards. The only force we measure is from the basketball going upwards. So now you tell me where I'm measuring this downward force on the basketball.
Jesus Christ. You didn't listen to the example, dude. I said when the pool's empty, you put the basketball in the pool, it sits at the bottom of the pool.
Oh, are we in space?
That's a totally different situation.
We're in space. He's trying to get you in space. Don't go to space,
and then
Brandon.
you put the water into the pool, and the water will displace the ball because the water is more dense.
That doesn't make any sense, Kosho.
No. What Kosho was saying, if you have an empty swimming pool, you can drop a basketball into it and it'll fall straight down. But if you fill it up with water, that basketball will rise up with the water. It won't stay underneath the water.
Of course.
And that's all density. Density is the cause of that.
Why? Yeah. You're just describing what we see. That's all we can do is describe what we can see.
Yeah. How does that prove this other force exists?
Well, you didn't hear the question that you asked when I told you the.
I think it's the direction that it's displaced.
I think the reason it applies that force upward when it's coming upward is because that's what it's being displaced. That's what is displacing it, is that amount of water.
Brandon?
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
But it's going in a particular
it's not to do
direction.
with the displacement amount. Sorry.
Brandon.
Yeah.
If you hold a basketball under the water, just right under the water, you hold it. You can hold it pretty easy. The further you take it down, the harder it's going to be for you to hold it down because of the water pressure. It's getting deeper, harder, more and more as you go further down.
Okay.
But the pressures at the ball staying the same. So whenever you get to one point you can't hold anymore, it's going to shoot itself back up. As the pressure changes, because if it's top of the water, you can hold it like 2 inches under the water, no problem. You can probably hold it 4 inches under it. But you just
Why does it go up though instead of like left?
The water pressure is getting deeper, more pressure as you go down. Like when you're going down in the ocean, you gotta. The more you go down, the more pressure is going to be.
The pressure
Just like
gradient.
trying to dig through sand. The sand
So you're
compacts.
saying that this force has a vector.
Compacts.
If you can't measure the other pressure around
So
it by the
density
water
has a vector.
pressure, you go down.
I mean, so it's not just density, right? It's density with a vector.
Yes.
So it's like density gradient.
I just know it's harder for me to hold a ball when it's further down than it is. And I can hold it right underneath the water forever. But if I try to go down with it, it's going to take me more and more energy for me to hold it down.
That's a good observation, Tom.
That's the same as trying to dig down into sand, though. It's just that's just the way it is.
Tom's a baller, there, isn't he?
If you take a basketball,
I have a ball.
That makes more sense.
I just had an amazing hit right now.
Why is he not arguing with me?
If you take a basketball
and
you make another steel ball the same exact size and the same dimensions as the basketball, you put them both, right? You can drop them both into an empty swimming pool. You fill up that swimming pool, the steel ball will stay down, the basketball will rise up. It's all due to density. There is no downward bias, there's no upward bias.
Yeah.
Talk to him.
All you need is density to explain that as well. When you're right. Because the steel ball sits there because it's always more dense than the water as it's filling up, and the basketball rises when it hits the point where it's less dense than the medium it's in with the water. Or I get it.
Yeah.
Density doesn't have direction.
But you have
oh my God, you're not asleep. Why aren't you asleep? Go to bed.
No, but but guys, you said it rises up. Like, why is there a particular direction that it must go? Is my only question. If it's just density,
well, that's
why is there a particular direction?
It's a law of physics, Graham. Up and down. There has to be an up or down.
Up and down
is not
made to
like
be
gravity.
broken.
That's
Walls
not
are made to be broken.
What the fuck? All you're doing is describing what you see.
How else would you order the Earth?
Not have a direction. You cannot base anything
Just remember,
on
guys,
density.
How else
I don't have
would you
emotion
order
in
the
this
Earth?
conversation. I'm not one of the ones who want to make it wrong.
We have
You know.
the science. We have the cause of the effect. I don't know what the argument is there.
Yeah, there's no
Right,
science.
the cause and the
Right,
effect. The
exactly,
cause is that
Jerry.
you bring it
Just
to a
what you
different
said,
place,
man.
and the effect is that it moves back towards.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. It's 9:20. Got another hour and a half of show. I hope you enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty cool. George says, "Oh my God, more relative density discussed by dense people." Well, I guess I am more dense than the medium I'm currently in, and I'm trying to think of a medium where I'd be less dense. Anyway. Hope you guys have a good night and a good weekend, and we will see you on Monday. Thanks to everybody who supported the show tonight, and thanks to you guys for hanging out for so long in the chat. There were some good discussions going on, and thanks to everybody who joined the show. If you are happening to listening to this, yeah, it's bedtime. All right, guys, we'll see you later. Have a good night.